right. Shalom. First and foremost, want to say call law. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yoshai. Call law Yahweh Ba'Shem Yoshai. Call law Yahweh Ba'Shem Yoshai Ba'Shem Rakakwadash. This is Rayabya Bungad, and this is ZEALOTS Israel Ministry. And I want to go ahead and introduce a brother named Tarap, former member of Isupk. And this brother's about to reveal a lot of things in this video. And I want brothers and sisters just to really listen and be edified by the things that he's going to say, because this is something that brothers and sisters need to be aware of with these camps, and understanding specifically with Isupk, but it trickles down to all these other camps of the evil and things that have been done, and what I've been speaking of, and what the brothers Ikran Alan and many others have been speaking of about, these cults and their inner workings and the things that they do. So with that being said, let me introduce the brother Tarap.
Hey, shalom, everybody. I'm former officer Tarap of the Isupk.
Khan.
Right. The floor is open for questions. Anybody got any questions? Just for me to go ahead and get warmed up.
Oh yeah. Just pretty much tell everybody, and of course, shalom to Ikran, the brothers on as well. But what was I gonna say? Tarap, go ahead and tell, pretty much first and foremost give the background of where you came from coming into the knowledge, and just a brief summary of your walk coming up into the knowledge and your time in the Isupk.
Okay. I started coming into the knowledge at around, in like 2011. I started coming into the knowledge. I was watching, several, groups, everything. I was watching IUIC. I would watch GOCC. I was watching Zabak and all of them, and because I asked the Lord, why do black people go through the things that we go through? Because at that time I noticed our plight was different than everybody else, the Africans and all of them. We just can't really be lumped all into the same category, because we go through things that they don't go through like that. So I started, studying and everything. I used to be on the, the whole Illuminati thing and, all of that kind of stuff. Start finding out all of these different things. As soon as, Barack Obama became president, that was kind of a, an eye opener. And I really started to, get back into my studies and everything, So, as soon as I was convinced that we the Israelites, now you got to think about, I had to think about what to do with the knowledge after that, the knowledge that I have now, what am I going to do with it? So, one day I just hit the streets, because I heard one time, if you don't know what to do something. And that's what I did. I just started hitting the streets and everything and start, teaching people, things like that, from what I knew at the time. And then I ended up meeting this brother, named Brother Allen, because I was started going to church and everything, and I thought that people would be, excited to hear the message of us being the Israelites and all of that. Well, it didn't happen that way, but that brother was excited. So, he invited me, over to his house one time, and I shared with the brother what I knew, and we started hitting them streets, So, things went down. I ended up going down to St. Mary's, Georgia, and that little bitty small little town, and start, teaching what I knew there. Then I went back up to, Louisville, Kentucky, and it was rolling. I ended up with this group called the Mashiach Temple. They knew that we was the Israelites and everything. but you know, they didn't know much about the tribes and all of that, but they were still operating, you know, like the Christian church was. Women were running things, this and that. And I just seen how weak those men were, you know, and you know, up under the women and everything, because the women made a stand against the men and eventually ended up getting that whole congregation, getting the whole congregation shut down. So I knew that I couldn't be, before all of that happened, I knew that I just couldn't, you know, be with those dudes. Then from there, a guy, a Black Panther dude that I know gave me an IUIC flyer, you know, the number and everything on it. So I waited about a month or so. And, you know, we had, being that guy, Brother Allen, we had said that we're not going to go back to that one church. So he ended up calling that number, and I already knew that these dudes, you know, Judah Mack answered the phone. And the first thing that he started doing was start firing off questions like, "Are you brothers married? You brothers working? Such and such a this or that," just straight up off the gate. And the Brother Allen was like, "Man, why are you asking all these questions?" He's like, what he said was, "Because I hate carrying niggas on my back." Like, what? Niggas ain't asking you for a damn thing, you know? And that already rubbed me the wrong way with them, you know? So now I'm kind of on a quest for where I'm supposed to be at. I ended up, you know, actually ended up marrying, you know, marrying one of they, you know, IUIC women. And, you know, I ended up befriending some, befriending some people and everything. Well, one person actually inside there, you know, but what he was saying was, he's like, "Man, you know, I know that you got to get with somebody. You gotta have some brotherhood." He's like, "I know, because I was watching, you know, Isupk at the time." And he's like, "Well, you know, you got to get with, you know, somebody. It's just not good that you just be out here alone by yourself like that." So, you know, I got to figure that, you know, that he was right. Okay. And after he said that, that guy that I was telling you about, brother named Allen, he moved out out west. He moved to Olympia, Washington, you know, and he gives me a call one day, and he gave me the number to one general in DC, General Shalimar in DC, and he also had a number to captain of the Midwest, Marquardt. So I figured, you know, that Marquardt was closer, so I called him. And that started my journey. He turned me on to Kapash. So I had to report to Kapash, you know, every week. And then at the end of that 90 days, you know, my first order was to make it to Harlem, New York for the Passover. This was April the 23rd in 2016. So I ended up making it there and everything to the Harlem Ball, what do you call it? Harlem Ball Ballroom is where they had the Passover that year, you know, and I brought my the ex-woman's son with me too. And they made both of us troopers right then. All right. So, you know, that's how, you know, I actually became an official member of the school, and I became the camp leader. You know, as soon as I passed the officer's test, became the camp leader of Louisville, Kentucky, because I was the very first ISUPK member in Kentucky. So the camp leadership just kind of fell in my lap. Well, me and the woman falls out, you know, and she threw my stuff out, you know, because she seen that I took this UPK thing, you know, I took this thing seriously. So from there, I got the order to move up to Indianapolis, and I became the very first officer that Kapash had raised up. You know, so that's my you know, how I actually got inside their school, you know. So any other questions?
Oh yeah, Con. I'm just allowing you to give yourself a introduction so people know, can familiarize with you, but also too, yeah. So let's talk about the ISBK. So, well, first and foremost, right? Because you were a head officer of ISUBK.
Right.
Excuse me. Um, and you were there for a very long time. Because once again, I kind of remember you in a lot of videos, of course, Indianapolis and or I believe the Pittsburgh camp as well. And I've
Right.
seen you in other videos as well.
Yeah.
So what initially made you leave ISUBK? Because you were there for so long, but what did you because of course we talked about it, but I want people that are listening to know what made you leave ISUBK?
All right. What made me leave was okay. What made me leave was it was a woman that I was with, right? And she was, me and her had courted and everything. That's how I winded up here in Minnesota, you know. And so I started helping to work out here, in Minnesota, and everything was going pretty all right for a while and everything. And then we ended up like moving or whatever. Me and her started having certain little problems and everything. So I kind of warned, one of the officers about it. I'm like, well, I think this woman is about done with the marriage, right? It'd be little certain signs and everything. All right. So, certain things happened and everything. And her mother was always in the picture. We always had problems about her mother, but her mother always had connections with the generals, the top two generals, Mahaim and Johanna. So she would always be complaining, and her whole mission was to snatch that girl out of the school and then actually try to have me punished somehow. Because that woman, you got to think about it. Her ex is in prison. The real I had, her ex is in prison, and it's just a pattern of them, of her specifically trying to hurt men. Right.
Oh, wow.
But here's the funny thing about it, the generals and everything is like catering to this woman. They're like catering to this woman and everything, right? So, we kept just having those problems. They did not even warn me about this woman. They had been dealing with her since 2018. They did not warn me about her or anything. So I hopped right into a cesspool. So now, kind of fast forwarding things when it was, over with between me and her or whatever, I'm still in the house because I'm on the lease. So now, and her mother is there. So me and her, of course, are not talking, and her mother is, like she's, swinging her weight around in the house, as if she runs the house and all of that. So they ended up, setting up a little plot because it's a guy, the mother do drugs and the guy downstairs do drugs. So they set up a plot with the guy downstairs, and he was talking to something about how he had a gun on the steps in the downstairs or whatever, and somebody stole his gun. He tried to blame me for stealing his gun. So me and this dude got words. We got some serious words, and I'm, reporting to them and everything. Now, I'm on the phone with them, right? And the captain, Marquardt, says, this he's like, it's a plot. So I go, back upstairs or whatever, and I hear there's a knock at the door, and I told her, oh, girl, don't open the damn door because it sounds like metal hitting the door. You know how it sounds when metal, hits a door, right? Well, it's the police, the same police department that killed George Floyd. They set up a play to say that I had a gun so that the police would come and shoot me on sight. Now, this is one of their little funky princesses, right?
Wow.
Yeah, this is one of their funky princesses. They said us. Now, I got to call them and report what's going on to them. Now, here's the thing. When me and that dude had words, right? And now got Marquardt on the phone. They was down in Indianapolis at the time. doing some rank raises. So now the camp leader there, he's like, because the dude, he's like, when me and him, finally got to a standstill to where we staring each other down. So dude's like, so is that how you carrying it, big bruh? And then he turns and walks on inside his apartment. So I tell them about it.
Right.
Now they like the camp leader says, well, this ain't gonna be the end of that. Now, if this ain't the end of that, what should the Captain Marquardt, he should have been trying to get me out of that situation then.
Right.
I could have got shot and killed. I ain't have no gun. Right. Okay. Now the police come, with the police come and everything, he's like, well, we heard that someone had a gun here. Such and such. They saying all this and that. And then they go to talk to her and her mother. And they yada yada yada, they getting all loud and all of that stuff, right? Well, I'm keeping calm, and she's talking about, yeah, and he got my iPhone and all this and that. There's like, the police is just trying to make sense out of things. I gave, there's like, well, will you give her her iPhone back? And I gave her the damn iPhone, but the police told her, well, we can't put him out. He's on the lease. We can't put him out. So eventually, I had to call and report that. And they saying, well, General Hyman is on the phone at this time. He said, well, you don't have to leave because you're on that lease. But see, here's the thing, though. Yeah, I don't have to leave because I'm on the lease. But the heifer they just tried to get me shot by the goddamn cops. Why wasn't they thinking to get me out of that situation? Knowing damn good and well, I don't have no family up here in Minnesota. I don't have no family. I don't have no anything. So that means that's the only place that I had to go, right? Them niggas did not open up their door for me. They didn't take out, they could have took out a Midwest fund, like $5 to $10 from everybody and been like, look, we're going to get this, we're going to get this brother here a hotel, so, for him to clear his head, because I'm going through a whole lot at this time, And now that Tuesday come around, instead of them niggas trying to, get me out of that situation, they sitting there trying to call themselves blazing on me or why I didn't teach the class that Tuesday. And the class, and this is coming from the same nigga where the classes is held at his house because there wasn't no school at the time.
Marquardt, right?
No, this is Marquardt, but this guy I'm talking about here is Rayabya. He's an officer of 5,000, a young guy. He was doing the classes at his house at this time. And I usually taught the Tuesday Brotherhood class, and I would teach the law class on Wednesdays. I taught, mainly 2 classes a week and, and Sabbath service, not counting Sabbath service. But he had told me a couple of months ago, he's like, man, if you need, somewhere to, if you want to, come over here for a couple of days or whatever, right? He's like, you can come over here. You know what I'm saying? And, but all of a sudden, he gets this call from Kadash and everything. Now his door is closed. He called me up and asked me, he's like, is everything all right? So when I told him what was going on, guess how he responded? He said, what am I supposed to do? And I'm saying that thing, and them niggas done got to this dude.
You're supposed to be a brother, man. That's crazy.
Exactly. These are supposed to be my brothers, And here's the thing. And then, then I, once them dudes got back and everything from Indianapolis, and I'm thinking that, the camp leader called, he's like, okay, he's like, I'm on my way over there. I'm like, okay, I'm sitting there thinking that, okay, me and him might go to some little bar or something, No, he comes in and all because he just talked to them niggas and, call himself checking me and all of that. Now, think about this. I got her mother against me, the goddamn police department, because she called the police twice. They came back a second time. Now, you got to think, if they keep coming back, eventually they're going to do something.
Of course.
They're going to do something. So now, he's calling himself checking me and everything. Now she in there, and she crying and all of this stuff, and, talking about, she's in there with these little crocodile tears. These niggas is falling for it, And now when the mother come through, and the mother's like, yeah, she's like, we've been talking to DeAndre. Now DeAndre is her two little sons' father. He's in prison, right? She's like, yeah, we've been talking to DeAndre. Now, instead of, the camp leader wanting to find out, wait a minute, hold on, what the hell are they talking about? Because the context that she put that is that they were talking about me. You know what I'm saying? So now, and then she said, yeah, and I had my son's picture. I mean, my son's father's picture, and I was gonna put it in his backpack, and then he said something about it. Then now think about this for a second. Why in the hell you sitting there keeping a picture of your ex? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you could have. Why'd you wait till then to put it in his goddamn backpack? And you damn right I said something about it. And he gonna ask me, he's like, did you tell her that it's nigga, if it was your wife, what would you do? Now here's the thing. Now he tries to sneak and record me because she trying to say, yeah, and he whooped the kids and such and such. So now we talking about that or whatever, right? Now I didn't even know it, but he has a recorder on him and tried to record me saying that I whooped the kids or something like that, right? So he tried to record me saying that because, see, here's the thing. He tried to cover it up, but he asked me the question. He's like, because out of nowhere, because I didn't know he was recording at that time, out of nowhere, he said, is it cool that I record this? Because, see, here's the thing. He messed up. Because according to the law, you can't record nobody without their consent. So he had to try and ask me that for me to say, yeah, so that he can keep recording to try and catch me up in something. You got to add. He tried to lie and say, yeah, I recorded, I was trying to record her saying that she told you to whoop the kids. I was trying to, that's a damn lie. Because if that was the case, then he would have asked her if he could record, not me. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to have the consent of the person that you actually recording. And I started noticing him pulling little stuff like that. And then here's the thing. That is coming to him from Mahaiman and Marquardt. This stuff is coming from them. Okay. Now, I got to sit there and I got to think about it now. Now I got to think. These niggas don't even care about all of that money and everything that I sit there and gave to these niggas the whole time I've been in this organization, and all the labor and everything that I did. I done helped build up Chicago when Marquardt only had like 3 men there, and now they big and strong. 30 dudes. Camp full of 30 dudes. I was one of the foundational dudes that helped build that up. Helped build up Kentucky, which was my spot. Helped build up Indianapolis, Cincinnati, did all of this, did all of these things and everything, right? And then they gonna sit there and try to treat me like this. They couldn't even, get me out of this situation. Now, what it was that it kind of dawned on me, they wanted me. It seemed like they wanted me to get shot by the cops or the dude that was downstairs. They wanted, because see, here's what they would have did. Let me tell you what they would have did. They would have tried to act like I went rogue and I had left the school. You know what I'm saying? That's what they was going to do. They was going to act like I went rogue and I left the school and I went out and did some crazy stuff and everything and got shot by the police. This is what these niggas was getting ready to do. Why the hell should I stay with some? And here's the funny thing about it. I had Stockholm syndrome with these niggas at that time. I'm quite sure everybody's familiar with Stockholm syndrome. Right. I still wanted to be, what I'm saying, and to do the work still. I had to just, now I come in one day because I started, of course, start staying gone. You know, I come through one day and my bags are sitting out in the rain. You know,
Mind you, y'all, this is supposed to be brotherhood right here. You know, they tell you when you come into these groups, you know, you are brother, man. You know, we take care of each other in this. Now you hear the testimonials coming out of this brother's mouth. That's for y'all to wake up, man. Get out of these congregations and these camps, man. Look how they did this brother, man. And it's not just him. It's a lot of testimonials out there on this platform too. Go ahead, brother. Salaki.
right. And you know, now at that point, I'm just like, well, you know what? Now here I'm nowhere to go, because who will want to stay in a situation like that? You don't know what these heifers is going to try and do next, because see, all they peoples live in Minnesota. They family live in Minnesota. Because see, if this stuff had happened down in Louisville, Kentucky, it would have looked way different. Believe that. You know, because my people's then I ain't gonna play that. But see, now I'm in a place where I don't have nobody. I'm isolated. And that's one of the things that they try to do to people too. They like to isolate you to make sure that you're powerless, because they want to make you a slave. They'll take whatever it is that you lack and try to use it against you to enslave you.
Yes. Yes.
And they will destroy right. They'll destroy your reputation, and they'll destroy your image, the way that you are perceived. And they will definitely lie too. They'll definitely lie. They was going to lie. Yeah, you know. So what I did was I took what I could carry, you know what I'm saying, in my backpack. And, you know, I ended up getting inside of a homeless shelter. You know.
Oh, my God, man.
Yeah. I called up the camp leader here in Minnesota, Kadash, you know, and I told him, you know, the move that I made. He says, well, did Captain Marquardt approve you of that to do that? I don't give a damn what Marquardt think at this point. That nigga don't care nothing about me. So it's my responsibility to care about myself, you know? Yeah, but, you know, so now I'm at the shelter and everything, you know, and here's the thing. Now I'm at the shelter and all of that. So now I ended up getting into a program to where I was, you know, moved up on the floor and things like that, you know, where, you know, had a pretty nice little, you know, little living spot, you know, and this and that. Now, here's the thing. Now, I'm in this shelter and everything. Then I was telling him, like, I don't know. I think, you know, I might have to stay in here for a little while or whatever. He's like, well, but you still got to be in the work. You still got to be in the work. You know, he's saying stuff like that. So, you know, I was thinking about the work too. But then, you know, I'm like, hell, you know, I don't even have a damn place to live. You know, and it's a good thing that I had, you know, I had a little money on me to where, you know, I could get some, you know, things, to, you know, to eat, to sustain me for, you know, a little while and everything, get, you know, my, you know, the stuff, the hygiene stuff that I need, the little trips to, you know, Walmart, things like that, you know, but, so now he's calling me and everything. He's perplexed. He's trying to think of what to do, you know, he's trying to think of what to do. Now, brotherhood was not leading the charge in this. He started thinking about what he's losing, because he was already short on manpower to go to camp. And this is another thing that they do too. They real condescending. They'll sit there and serve themselves, you know, and try to make it like they did something for you, you know. But, you know, so now, you know, as far as with that now, yeah, like I was saying, I'm, you know, in the shelter and everything, but he starts thinking. And what he's thinking about, he's actually thinking about, damn, I'm losing, you know what I'm saying, manpower. Because they already had a horrible time keeping people up here in Minnesota, in the Isupk, Minnesota. Hell, right now, they only got 3 dudes right now. After all of these years. Okay. So, and then, you know, the responsibilities that I held, you know, because the camp leader, he don't want to teach classes. He wants other people to build the camp up for him, and he just get the credit. Is what he really liked doing, you know.
Goddamn.
So, right. You know. So now, you know, he's thinking about that, the manpower, because he has to report all of this to Marquardt. And, Marquardt, what he's thinking, he's like, he's kind of in the back of his mind, he's thinking, Kadash, you ain't building up that damn camp. Yeah, so he's thinking about all of that. But then he also is thinking about, too, how he got this family with all these kids and all of that. So he's seen that I could benefit him. I could continue to teach his classes and all this and that, start working and be giving him, money for being there. It wasn't, they didn't have a damn thing about trying to empower a brother to where I could get on my own feet. No, he seen me as a utility for himself to use. Not giving a damn, about my well-being, me actually being on my feet. He ain't give a damn about that, because that's one thing about the ISUPK too. They don't want you empowered. They don't. That's why they always talk about stuff about, fed and housed you and all of this type of stupid stuff. So to put you on this horrible type of guilt trip and stuff like that, so that you'll be a better slave, similar to how the plantation owners would do. So now that's what, okay. So now, all right. So now here's the thing with that, and I was advised not to move in with this damn dude, because now I'm getting counsel from people that are not even the way I looked at it in the truth. But being the fact that they're not in, not in the truth and everything, a lot of the times they can see from the outside looking in, they can see certain things better than we can.
Mm-hmm.
And what I did was I did end up moving in with this dude just to beat, him and his rib and stuff like that, so I could still be in the work. All right. Now, I'm sitting on the porch one time, okay, no, he came and got me, so, he's like talking to their thing and, and he's saying stuff like, what you should be doing is you should be seeing how you can help, build up the camp and everything. Putting it like now this nigga, here's the thing. I had a shoe plug, from overseas, a Nike plug. I damn sure helped this camp out since I've been here. But see, here's the thing. These niggas are very ungrateful. They don't remember anything that you do for them. They could just remember what perceivably they done for you. That's all they can remember. I gave this nigga a shoe plug that made him a few $1,000s. He made one more money off of it than I did, you know what I'm saying? Because he knows people, here in Minnesota. He knows a lot of, he's been here majority of his life, and his all of his family and everything benefited off of it. I was selling them, giving them shoes to him at the same prices I was getting them for. I ain't even put no markup on them or nothing, because I was thinking brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? And then then also too, I was put food in his house, because like I said, he has a pretty big family and everything, and putting food in his house. But he don't remember any of that, right? He can't remember none of that. I was getting the Jordans for like $60, you know what I'm saying? For, but we'd put in, and get a bigger to where it would be, they would be like, they'd be like $39 a piece, the wholesale type of thing, right? And he was moving those shoes around and everything. And these are my contributions, but they can't, like I said, they can't remember any of that. Right. So now, when he's talking and everything, I could tell his conscience is kind of messing with him just a little bit, maybe, but you see, look at me, I'm not really saying nothing. And then he come, like I said, he come with that stuff talking about what I could do to actually help out, to how I should be thinking of how I can, because he try to use people to catapult, to springboard themselves up to being captains and all of that. But see, here's the thing. They not going to reciprocate none of the honor. They going to still try to make you look messed up when they report about you and all this and that. And you're going to be the beast of burden for whatever the hell goes wrong with that damn camp. And then
Straight
he come
coat
ask, right. So now, check this out, a couple of months, months on in, right? Now, my uncle had a stroke. My uncle had a stroke down there in Louisville, Kentucky, and my family is calling and everything. And they didn't have, anybody to take care of him, until he got better, till he got back, mobile and things like that. So then they searched through all the family, and nobody could do it. Nobody could really care for him like that, So I figured that I just might have to do it. Now, he's was rolling around and doing his little errands or whatever the case is, and it's about that time to teach class. So now he's like, I can take you, to go, teach the class and everything, such and such. I'm like, all right, cool. So I roll with him and everything, and I let him know. I'm like, look, I might have to be taking a leave. I might have to take a leave, go back, down to, where I'm from for a couple of months. My uncle had a stroke. Guess what this nigga said? He said, you supposed to be up here helping me, but you want to go help some dead nigga.
Wow.
Y'all hear this? See, you want to go help some dead nigga.
Wait,
talking about
repeat that.
Uncle.
Wow.
He said, you supposed to be up here helping me, but you want to go back down there and help some dead nigga.
You piece of, oh my God, bro.
So you can just imagine the anger that was boiling in me at that time. I didn't think this nigga would be that damn low down. But he is just like the people over him, whose asses he kisses. He's like them. So I didn't take this stuff personal, because see, that's what they would try and do. They'll always like to take and the problem that you have and boil it down to a personal arc between you and that person, setting you up to lose a counsel. That's what they do. When they like somebody, they'll try to set you up to lose the counsel with them.
Yep.
And that's why it takes a few days a lot of the times, so that they can find out what they're going to do, how they're going to mix stuff up, and how they, going to hear about, all of that type of stuff. That's why they do that, because they already know who they want to win that council. It's really, so now you stepping into a kangaroo court. So I didn't take this up, but at that time, and then here's the funny thing about it. This is how narcissistic the nigga is. How they all are, rather. He's sitting there. I look at him. I see, how you can, look in somebody's face and see their wheels turning, right? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Come on. Yeah.
You know how you can look in somebody's face. Now his wheels is really turning, right?
Right.
And then he says, he's like, have you ever took out a camp? Now, in reality, I took out a total of 11 camps, but I ain't let that nigga know that. I was like, well, yeah, I took out one or two. Now he's sitting there thinking, now look at how he's thinking, right? Like this should be something. He's like, I gave you the Wednesday classes, which is a very important class. I know what the hell it is, which is a very important class, because that's the law class. A lot of times they don't really just let anybody teach that. You got to really be skilled in the law to teach the law class. But this ain't nothing new to me. You know what I'm saying? It ain't a damn single class that they got that's a struggle for me. And I do a way better job at it than what he does, But he's like, see, that's I gave you that's why I gave you that class and everything. Like I was just supposed to be so appreciative of that. You see, that's that condescending type of shit right here. I was just supposed to be so appreciative of that, right? And then he tries to use the Trump card as far as with the taking out of camp. Like I was just supposed to be so honored to take out of camp. I was just supposed to be so honored. But see, here's the thing. If things went wrong, anything went wrong with that camp, it'd be blamed on me. And if everything went right, he would be the one to get the goddamn credit while he's still reporting up bad shit on me. So he tried to lay a trap for me that would only benefit him. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying, that nigga don't want to do none of the work. He want others to, do the work, and he just get the credit, and he run around, trying to have sex with all the goddamn women in his damn city, popping out more damn kids. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He just, just trying to roll like that. But I couldn't believe I was very insulted. I had to keep a good, strong poker face, but at that time, I knew I'm leaving these niggas. That's the straw that broke the camel's back, right there. And it wasn't, like I said, man. It wasn't just, because they always try to say, well, why don't you take it? Why don't you take it to council? That's what they try to say about everything. Why don't you just take it to council? Niggas know that the councils are rigged.
Right. And let me say something real. I don't want to cut your wisdom off, but you're the fifth, maybe sixth or seventh, eighth person.
No,
from
he's the 10th person, bro.
Okay, yeah. This is the 10th person that said this about ISBK. How these guys be rigging fucking councils and shit, bro.
Right.
I'll give wicked ass Assad from Sakari. He was the first one to say this about how even if you're wrong, you're gonna be right just because of your rank or some shit like that.
Yeah, just because your rank and you're favored and all of this. And one thing that they love to do too, they like to bark you down in them councils to shut you up. So you just be like, Cutter what con. Flipping it on you like it's an admission of guilt. They even break their own protocols. You know what I'm saying? They despise their own protocols, and see, this is another reason why there's never a clear-cut list of protocols, because they can manipulate it whenever they want to. Because see, if you got a clear-cut protocol manual, you're gonna have to punish the people that you like, and you're gonna have to reward the people that you don't like, and that's more godly. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The evil man do good, the Lord reward him for that good, don't he?
Yeah.
If a good man do bad, the Lord punishes that good man for the bad that he do.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's how it go, right there. I mean, hell, Ishmael in the scriptures, Ishmael was actually wanted to kill Isaac, but when he was driven out and everything, was thirsty, in the out in the desert and all of that, and almost dying of thirst, and the Lord heard the cry of him. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't even talk, but you know what I'm saying? His spirit was, in anguish and was radiating, and the Lord heard it. You know what I'm saying? And it's a book, there's one of the lost books where it says that breaks it down even more. And said one of the, I think it was one of the angels that said, "Isn't Ishmael evil?" But then the Lord said, "He's being good right now, ain't he?" You know what I'm saying? And the Lord had mercy and compassion upon him, and even blessed him. You know what I'm saying? That's how you got all the goddamn Arabians today.
Yeah.
But so that's why there's no clear-cut manual, you know what I'm saying? No clear-cut protocol list or anything like that. But like I was saying, and because I still, of course, had to be there for a while and this and that until I was able to, get up the money and everything and make the moves that I needed to make. But, I was still teaching the classes and all of that kind of stuff. But I'm like, look, and then at that time, I purposely stopped going to their camps. I started working on Saturdays just to get the hell away from going to camp with them. I can't trust these niggas, so how in the hell I'm gonna stand out there on the goddamn battlefield with them niggas if I can't trust them?
Man,
you know what I'm saying?
Man, and let me say something about that because I've had an experience with that with GMS. And mind you, you know, there's a reason why these guys all have the same wicked ass spirit. There's an exact reason why, because they're all under the same protocol. I had that same thing happen to me when these, you know, those bully councils they try to do, right? Which that only happened to me like maybe when I was in GMS, because they tried to do that in Sakari, but it didn't work on me because that witchcraft didn't have that power over me. But GMS, they tried that shit several times to camp up here, where I'm wicked for you know, wait for it, cutting up bell peppers wrong, or domino games, and you know, me lying about supposedly
wicked.
You know,
really?
Yeah, and then Cass was doing hella videos saying that I hate this nigga. The most I gonna kill him. He has Huntington's, brain eating disease, bro. It was so. Oh man, they said some evil things, bro.
Brother. Let me tell you a story. I got a story similar to that too, though. Because Kapash used to like it, and that's one thing that niggas had to watch out for too, especially when it comes to playing strategy games and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all heard of that game called Risk?
Yes.
Okay, Kapash used to love to play Risk all the time. Now think about it. Now Kapash is the highest ranking man, you know, but watching how you play and everything, how you play, he gets a you know, idea of how strategic you are and things like that. And niggas get jealous of things like that. I played Risk with them. This was my, you know, last time playing it. But here's the thing. I started blowing everybody out in Risk. Now the rank order, it was Kapash was the highest ranking man. I was the second highest ranking man. The third highest ranking man was Officer Nepataza, and the fourth highest ranking man was Hamakoboff, playing my right hand man down in Kentucky. The fifth was Azah out of Indianapolis, you know, and the sixth, you know, was just a trooper named Barzal. Now all of us is playing. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. The Kashwan was there also. Now all of us is playing. He was an officer of 1,000, but all of us is playing, you know, the game and everything. And now I'm starting to beat everybody, including Kapash.
Oh no!
So now what Kapash does? Kapash calls me off to the side. And it's like, you know, we both the highest ranking men, you know. So what we should do? We should be sticking together against everybody else, you know. Because he seen how I was setting him up real tough. So I'm like, okay. So we ended up making a partnership, and other people was making their alliances and stuff like that. And when it all came down to it, I had everybody set up. And now it's my time, and Kapash could see it. So now it's time for me to sweep the campaign and sweep the whole damn board, right? Now watch what Kapash does. Kapash goes, we ain't been playing by the right rules. Such a, and then, you know, he's saying, want to start the game over, because he was getting ready to get his ass embarrassed, right along with everybody else. And he's the captain of 10,000. He's supposed to be more strategic than I am, right? But hell, I'm an OG. You know what I'm saying? I'm an OG. Kapash is still a young guy, even though his rank as a captain and all of that. He's still a young guy. You know, I'm looking at the whole damn board. You know what I'm saying? And then also too, you know, I was playing. You know, I was off in their head too, because I was taking my time when it came to making my moves. They impatient, and I was capitalizing off their impatience because they get mad because it's taking me so long to make a move and everything. You know. And I'm using their anger against them and out strategizing them. So now they want to wipe the, now they want to start the game all over. He don't ask me. He was supposed to be asking me because I'm the man that's winning here. Actually, pretty much I won the game. Actually, the game was already done. He goes to the third in command, the Potters. I said, do you think we ought to start the game over again? Now, this showed me. Now, see, here's the thing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So now, because it got to the point where everybody's like, let's all get to rock. Let's all get to rock. And everybody made all of these alliances and all of that stuff, all to try to come at me. But I'm setting all of them up so to sweep the board and mop the floor with all of them on that board. Like I said, Kapash seen it, and he wanted, now he wanted, change the rules and all of that, right? Which showed, now see, they try to read you by how you play, and I'm reading them. And that's how I really started to know who everybody on that goddamn board was. And guess what? All of the people on that board started to conspire against me in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Boy, these niggas.
Yeah, that game revealed who those dudes really are.
That's how you know what Uncle Zach said was truth. All of them follow that 48 laws of power bullshit in these camps.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's yeah. Yeah,
they're playing it on each other, though.
You're not supposed to surpass the mass.
Yeah.
Right.
Here's the thing, but they playing it on each other, though. What good is that? What does scripture say? A house divided against itself can't stand.
No.
They playing laws of power, but they ain't. You know what I'm saying? They ain't looking at the laws of God when they playing the laws of power.
Telling you, man, these dudes are some satanic motherfuckers, bro.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I want to pivot real quick. So let's talk about, because now that we're going into the inner workings, because mind you, these are the grunts. These are the like a Kapash, that 5'5" guy. He's just a grunt. He's just influenced by the higher ups, even though he's a captain.
Right. True.
And I would have to say majority of even some of the captains are influenced, but I would say this, right? When you're dealing with someone like Tazaryak, when you're dealing with someone like Kataza, and you're dealing with maybe guys like Akkad, they know a little bit, they're a little bit more deeper into it, more deeper than the other guys, if you feel what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So my question would be, right? Because we were talking, because there's two or three things I want to hit on this. What were some of the things that you started to notice about them, as far as the about that situation, about how there's certain things as far as that you started to notice that was not only off, but you were, because like in that situation you were just mentioning, where you felt like it was a setup, right? And they were probably trying to get you locked up or killed by the cops. The question would be, were you feeling anything like there was an outside entity controlling these guys?
I know it was.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and
speak on that. It was, and then here's the thing about it. At first, I thought it was just up to middle management, to the middle management level. But then I found out this thing goes all the way to the top. I started to see these signs even back when I was a trooper. But the way that I looked at it was, I just kind of blew it off a bit, like, okay, say, for instance, Tazaryak, I got to see who he was. He's one of the first captains that I really got to see get a good, look into this dude's soul and who he actually is for real. All right. I was a trooper, and it was a woman on there that was, going back and forth with me, because I used to get on Facebook and I didn't care. I battled anybody, even as a trooper. Because see, I was already well seasoned. Remember, I told you I'd start teaching like in 2012. I was teaching 4 years before even getting inside the Isupk, So, and I was battling, as soon as I got on Facebook. That's, what I'm saying. The ex-wife made a Facebook page for me, So I'm just battling and battling everybody. So the woman steps into the, and you know, she steps into to battle me or whatever. So now I'm cutting her real good. I can't remember what we was actually talking about, but now come to find out, she was one of Tazariak's wives' friends. So now his wife gets in on it. You know what I'm saying? And then she's, you know, teaming up with her. And I'm like, you know, one thing, you ain't got nothing to do with this. I didn't know who she was. I'm like, you ain't got nothing to do with this. This is between me and her. And I'm like, you know, who the hell you think you are? You know, because she said some pretty lofty stuff. You know what I'm saying? She said, and then she put Captain Tazariak, and the other heifer start laughing, right? Which showed me this thing has been done before. And she's like, yeah, and I'm gonna, you know, call him. Yeah, I mean, she's like, and I'm gonna tell him about this as soon as he wakes up. Okay, tell him, you know. So now, you know, she tells him, you know what I'm saying? I guess she woke him up or something like that. Now he gets on her and publicly calls himself checking me publicly in front of these hoes, and these bitches is laughing.
Meanwhile, they're breaking the law right there.
Right. They're not supposed to even do that. He's supposed to go between me and him alone. You ain't supposed to show weakness in front of the women like that on the post. So obviously he was mad. But see, he's one of the dudes nobody can correct, though. So he does what he wants. You know? So he ends up giving me a call. You know, and we talked about it, hashed it out, or whatever the case is. So he's like, and then here's the funny thing, because as he's talking to me on the phone, he's looking, he's like, okay, I seen when you sent my real friend request. Like he was trying to look for some DM, like me and her, like I had some history of trying to harass her or something like that. I didn't know who that heifer was, you know, but he's looking to trying to get something on me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's looking to try and get something on me, you know, where he can like take me to counsel. You know what I'm saying? You know, now here's the thing. When we hashed it all out, now he's like, so, you know, he told me not to tell nobody about this conversation. Here it is. He told me not to tell no. Why you gonna tell me to not to tell nobody about this goddamn conversation right here? Why should it be so secret? Right. Why he's sitting there? Right. Why he's sitting there, you know, trying to find something on me to where he could drag me into a council. But then since he can't find nothing, now he's like, you know, well, don't tell nobody about this conversation, you know, such and such. And, you know, so, you know, pretty much saying, so, you know, is everything good? Everything good? I'm like, yeah, you know, everything's good. And then that showed me who he was. Okay, now it's another incident. He had a rib, you know, in Kokomo, Indiana, you know, and he had been in Kokomo, Indiana for months. Here's the funny thing. He didn't even have to contact the kid. This is a protocol. When you in somebody else's state, you got to contact that camp leader. You got to contact that camp leader and tell that camp, you know, leader, hey, look, you know, I'm in your state, you know, such and such. Because if something happens to you, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, you know, or whatever, you know, whatever happens, people will know where you're at. And the camp can start to move, you know what I'm saying, around, you know, about you reporting. But he didn't say anything. Even if the man is under your rank, you're still supposed to do that. You know,
right.
Nobody even knew that he was there, right? Until he needed something, some appliances moved. You know, and he didn't want to do it himself. He a big old strong nigga. You know,
yeah, he like 6'5" and shit. Yeah.
He about 6'5", 6'6", you know, work out all the time. No, but he didn't want to do it. So he calls Kapash, and Kapash sends me and Azah to do it, you know, and to take Kapash's truck, go to Kokomo, meet up with Tazariak and move those appliances. It was like a refrigerator and some other, because she was moving and they didn't want to take that stuff with them, you know? So now, you know, after all of that, right, the brother don't offer us no food, The brother didn't offer us nothing to drink, not showing no hospitality at all. Now, you know he sells oils and things, right? Yeah, can y'all hear me? Yeah, he sells oils and stuff. Okay, it was a little thing of oil sitting on the counter. You know, he sells like these big things. Cause you know, I done put a lot of money in his damn pocket too. You know, me and the ex-rib used to buy the hell out of his oils.
Same here, bro. I used to buy necklaces off of him and sell them.
Serious? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Beard oil.
And,
the beard oil shit that he had. Yeah.
Right, the smell, the oil for the fragrance. I love them oils. Matter of fact, hell, I got one of his, still got one of his oils right now. But you know, so I've seen it this little small thing. It's just not even the type that he even sells. It's like a sample, like one of the little sample bottles. You know, I asked him if I could get it. You know what I'm saying? And I seen anger cringe over his face. You see what I'm saying? You know, some people ain't got a good poker face, right? Hey, and you can tell, you know, when they face kind of flickers in anger, right? Well, that's what his face is.
Let me get this straight, Slacky. Let me get it straight. He called you down there to help him move all that heavy shit to wherever the hell they going.
Right.
He don't even put no money in your pocket. He don't even feed
nothing.
You. He don't even got nothing to drink. But you like the oil that he's seeing, he can at least bless you with that, and he get mad.
Yeah, he actually gave it to me. Man. He gave it to me, but the spirit that he gave it to me in made me not even, you know, which I never even asked for the motherfucker.
Wow.
Now, if the Most High was to put you to rob this nigga, he'd be wrong. You'd be wrong, right?
What was he saying?
So the Most High would put an evil spirit on you to rob this unthankful nigga. You be wrong.
Right. You know, hell, maybe some of these dudes deserve to be robbed. Because hell, they've been robbing God's people blind for all these damn years.
Exactly.
Maybe it's their turn. You know?
Yeah. Man, these, oh my God, man. These niggas are some hoes, bro. Like in Zaryak, man. And he's so, and see, he's so passive. See, he's aggressive when he wants to be aggressive, but see, when you question him and corner him, because I've seen this happen before. I remember Adiala and House. I don't know if you know about them guys. They got thrown out of the UPK classroom one time by Mahaim and them guys. But they confound him a couple times. I remember when I came up on his shit when he was saying like he really wanted to smoke with different people. So I came up on there and just started questioning him, and he was getting backed in the corner, and fucking what's his name? Katasai came up and played and tried to make him out as if I'm trying to make a victim out of him. I'm like, you fucking whole niggas, bro.
I remember that. I remember that.
But see, here's the thing. No, he's this big bad battler all the time, though, right? This great diplomat, you know,
right?
With this big old huge name and all of this fame, right? He should be able to, defend himself in any type of battle. But they gotta stop put it. See, this is how they also play the victim, just like they played the victim with that whole IUIC thing in Kansas City. They played the victim there. It was disgusted me, man. You know what I'm saying?
Big and bad though. But they're big and bad though. They're holding control.
But then they flip the script around and everything. If they get got out on, now then they try to say IUIC called the police on their brother when they said themselves that IUIC will never be their brothers. They called the police on an enemy so that they didn't have to beat the hell out that enemy out there. That's what really happened for real. That was a mercy call. Because think about it. If the police didn't show up, what would IUIC had to do to them?
Oh, they would have to disband after that ass whooping. Straight up.
Yeah. They would have had to make.
I mean, but think of this though. I mean, what IUIC did. A dude ran up from ISUBK, ran up and tried to throw a haymaker, and they just caught this nigga, just threw his ass to the ground.
Right. And rushed into the ground. And if you I done watched that video so many times, and I seen IUIC's perspective of the video too. See, this is another thing that ISUPK don't do. They don't see both sides. How you gonna judge the nations when all your damn judgments are lopsided? Remember in the law when it talks about not having unequal measures in your in your bag. Remember that?
Yeah, come on.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what that's talking about. It ain't talking about flour and cornmeal. That's talking about your judgments. So now, when they, didn't sit there and when the people that don't compare the two footages, that's an unequal measure. And what does the unequal measure say? What did the Lord say about that? That it's an abomination unto the Lord.
You know what I'm saying?
Right, false balance. So just imagine, what it's like inside the councils. The councils is full of false balances.
Yep, we all been through those councils, man. So we know how it is. So you look at IUIC's footage, because they try to even lie and say that they were out there first. They lied to say that was their very first time ever even being out there. They didn't even have enough men because those dudes wasn't even from Kansas City. Those guys was from St. Louis. Captain DeGalgabar and I don't even remember the other guys' names, but I know Captain DeGalgabar. Captain DeGalgabar.
The
brother that had the brown shirt on.
Yeah, you got Alon Icron. You guys remember him from Clubhouse, whole ass man, where he kicked what was it, Sister Hazel? Yeah, Sister Hazel.
He trying to bring out scripture while he driving. He like, hold up, somebody bring out the scripture to me. I'm driving.
Hey,
I'm like, man, this whole ass.
I know, but think of this though. The one Benjamite woman gave me the fucking wrench to keep it in there, but she was giving up wrench to everybody, right? And what happened was this whole ass nigga kicked all of us out with the wrench, and then tried to go up in Sister Hazel's DM trying to get at her, bro.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's the Gargabar. Yeah, that's him. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's him.
Thirsty ass niggas, man.
Yeah,
I know, but that was yeah. Oh, no, go ahead.
Me and him had never, had any type of, actually me and him we was pretty damn cool. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing though, shit, a steak in the garbage can is trash. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And,
you can be a decent dude or whatever. After dealing so much with them dudes, you're not going to be that no more. You know? And it just, how they say one bad apple spoils a bunch. And so does the bunch of bad apples spoil a good one.
Hey, well, that's scripture. That's, good, evil communications corrupt good manners. I mean, that's right. What happened. That's
right.
That's right. Corinthians. And let me say this too, because I remember you we were talking about this because ISUPK, and of course you've seen this firsthand, that they have a history of doing this type of shit. Of course they bogart Fopi off of their I believe off of their street corner before. They bogart people before. Or tried to in certain cases. And I remember when I was the head officer of Sakari in Seattle, what's his name? Mara Quad and who was the other guy? Not Tazar, that's the head up here in Seattle. And a few, I think someone else, if I'm not mistaken, some guys from California, and I think the bar and some of them other guys were up here. Yeah, they tried. See, they tried it, but what they did was I think they might have seen that I put on the Sakari page there, and I think it's still up there. Where we're there from 2 to 5, and these guys post up at 5 when we were supposed to leave, but we were edifying some lady that came up, and these guys are sitting up here posting up right across the street corner. See,
that's the type of stuff that they do. That's the type of stuff that they do. Yeah. And I remember Natazar, light-skinned Gadite brother. Yeah, I remember him. And there's a crazy thing about, I mean, hell, he had been an officer of 5,000. He was a camp leader out of Seattle at that time. He ended up leaving. I don't know what the hell happened, but one day I looked at the officer's protocol and it said, you talk about this nigga is no longer in the school. He dropped his sword and all of that.
Oh shit! But this must have been recent because the last time I saw him was in Kent, Washington. He said, "Hey, Shalom, man, Isupk and whatnot," and I said Shalom to him. It was back in 2020, 2021. It was late 2021. I remember it was
That's
like it had been.
Left.
Oh wow!
That's about the time that he left right there. Yeah, he been gone a couple of years. Yeah, I seen that. I was shocked. That brother he been down 10 toes for a long time, man. I mean, he was a tough brother.
Yeah, he goes back to the original school. Yeah, he goes back to the original.
He was a 5,000. Yeah, he was a 5,000 when I was a trooper.
Yeah.
I always liked that brother. Also too, man. He just smooth older brother and everything. And the brother, went through Hebrew Academy and everything with a crushed leg, man. Went through the trials anyway with a crushed leg because he was moving furniture and everything, and like a refrigerator fell on his shin and crushed his shin. He still did the Hebrew Academy trials.
Ooh.
Yeah, it crushed his shin. Yeah, that brother was still made it to New York. You know what I'm saying? Because the trials at that time was in the Bronx, at a park in the Bronx, and shit. And he graduated and everything. Man, I was like, boy, that's a tough ass. That's that Gadite spirit for real right there. Yeah. He left. He left.
So,
damn. He left.
Man. Yeah, I never had no issue with him. I never had no issue with him. He was always cool. I remember one time he saluted, when I was up in Sakari, he did salute me and whatnot, but he was trying to get me to fucking join Isupk. I was like, nah, bro. But damn, wow. So they must not have a Seattle camp no more.
I don't think so. I ain't heard a damn thing after Natazar left. You know what I'm saying? Because he was the camp leader. Here's the funny thing: some funny shit happened over there on the West Coast. West Coast got a lot of funny shit happen, over there too. Okay. He had lost his camp leadership, but he was still in the school and everything. And then next thing you know, I don't know what happened or whatever, but he's just gone. And obviously the way that this nigga dropped his sword and all of that, obviously it was something heated there. And I ain't heard nothing from him ever since. I tried to reach out to him a couple of months ago. He don't have no Facebook presence, none of that.
He probably
y'all see Saints? Y'all see what's going on with these camps? I told y'all on my channel, Tribulation Saints 144. This is the year the Most High start upgrading some of these camps, but they wicked. Keep in mind Psalms 127 and verse 1. Except the Lord buildeth the house, you're going to be laboring in vain. If the Lord ain't behind it 100%, it's going to fail. Just like that Masharai Allah shit with House of David. That shit is non-existent right now.
Damn. And Alon, think of this though, right? Back in 2015, that shit was. Hey, let me just say this real quick, right?
That's right. Allah had 30 camps in their conglomerate.
Man,
that thing was reduced down to 9.
The Most High is working too, and it's cold because when we were up in the groups, we thought this was the thing to do and the place to be and whatnot, and the aesthetics to it drew us to this, right? But look how everything. Right. Look at the Most High, man. Look how he's revealing these things and showing us, man, how much of a fucking dream world we were in all those years, and then now we're seeing things with clear vision now. This is crazy.
Just like how they say all money ain't good money, well, all unity ain't righteous unity. That's something you keep in the forefront of your mind.
Right. Scriptures talk many times about a band of wickedness. You know what I'm saying? Hell, the Pharisees had that. And then the Lord
Right.
turned them into a bunch of vagabonds.
Yeah. And yep.
See that?
Turned them into a bunch of slaves into the Romans, man. For their
Right,
wickedness.
right. That's
Hey,
thing, you know, they running around, running
Mhm.
around, still trying to build on, some type of, foundation that's crushed, that's done, And you know what?
Right.
ISUPK is I got to doing this the search, the research and everything from back in the day. ISUPK was actually born out of the hatred of the stuff that was of the people of the old One West school. Think
Right.
and Yohana, Yohana is not he's not like no representative of Christ or any of that. This dude, he's not no follower of Christ. This dude followed whoever had the money and the power. Because if he was, they always talk about somebody being unfaithful, dropping their sword, and being traitors and all of that. He was a traitor. He betrayed good men.
Well,
Yep.
There you have it.
And you know what? And his shiesty ass. I remember hearing that his shiesty ass has some brothers living up in a room with no running water, but having to pay that shit, bro.
I can believe it.
Let Tahar from GMS tell it.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I got a similar story like that too. When I was in Indianapolis with Kapash, my bad. When I was in Indianapolis with Kapash, it was so cold in there that my cat's water bowl froze.
Damn.
Yeah, my cat's water bowl froze. Not only that, we didn't have no heat. You know what I'm saying? And we didn't have no air for the summer, and we roughing it like that. Nigga got to sleep bundled up in their coats and stuff like that. See, they don't want to talk about stuff that type of stuff.
Whole ass.
Wow.
Yeah,
But they got $16 million. Oops, I'm sorry, I went ahead of myself. So
yeah, they do. Right.
Talk about that.
And just think about it. Now, this is back in like 2018, 2019, because I moved up here to Minnesota in 2020. So if they had 16 million between 2020 and the beginning of 2020 and the end of it, they had a lot of money, 2018, 2019 too. They never should have let us live like that. They never should have let us live like that. We had times that we didn't even have food and everything. Because at the time, we done went through some struggling times, down in Indianapolis. Went through some struggling times, Wow. I'm just saying, people had to get it how they did. I went ahead and applied for food stamps, but before that, I had some ribs and everything, sending me little dust and everything, and that's how we was eating and everything. Matter of fact, I used to court General Q's rib, one of the generals. Let me talk about that since we own that subject.
Yeah.
What I was getting ready to say is the sister used to, send me money and everything, every week or so. She sent me a little dust and everything, she was, living in, Canada at the time. I think she still lived there. But here's the funny thing about that. Me and her courted for quite a, long little time or whatever, and then the Passover, the same Passover that I became I became an officer of 5,000 was the Passover that me and her was supposed to actually meet face to face. All right. I noticed a week before the Passover, right? Check this out, y'all. A week before the Passover, I'm not hearing from this girl. When we used to talk every day, she used to make sure that, even if she could just get 3-4 minutes of conversation with me, you know what I'm saying? Because I'd be, out doing stuff or whatever. She would just hurry up and give me like a blitz call or whatever, just to get like 3 minutes of conversation. She's not doing none of that now, right? Now, and it got to the point to where about 2 days in, I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute, something might have happened to this girl or something, right? Okay, 3, 4, 5 days go by, and day 6, day 7, we ended up making it to New York and everything. And then finally, we met or whatever. Her little kids, she had 2 little boys and everything. The little boys come up and hug me and everything. They were so used to seeing me on YouTube all the time, And so now I'm noticing something's off. Now her camp leader was Captain Azaniah at the time. He was over Canada, the captain out of Syracuse. He was over Canada too. And he's like, me and him met face to face and everything, chopped it up and this and that. And he's like, can I get permission to, introduce, myself to your rib? Because, she used to report to him and they had never met face to face. So now, and at this time, I'm like, shit, I don't know. I don't think that's my rib. I told him, what happened and everything, how things was going and this and that, right? Now, check this out. Let me watch what happens. And I told him, I don't know, this woman is not my rib, you know what I'm saying? So he goes up to General Mahayman and tells General Mahayman. And guess what General Mahayman says? He told him to tell me, just let it go. You hear this?
Wicked ass nigga.
It was kind of a threat, too.
Adulterous ass motherfucker.
Yeah. So now, check this out. She has a ride planned for her. Now, I'm sitting there thinking, this heifer's from Canada. We in Yonkers, New York, and you have a ride coming to get you? Because, see, everybody's at the hotel. Everybody's staying at the hotel, but she's not. She's in the bathroom, and her daughter is standing outside the bathroom. As I go up to her daughter and everything, and I'm like, where your mama is? She's like, she's in the bathroom. She said, we waiting on a ride. Waiting on a ride. Okay. Now, she did not go back to the hotel, and she kept trying to avoid me, which I wasn't trying to chase the heifer down. It just is what it is at this point. So now she comes in, her and the kids and everything, and come in the next day. Now they I think they spent the second night at I think they did, but I know they was at the event and everything that was there for the Passover. Okay, now check this out. Now, the following year, because when I got back to Indianapolis and everything, I called the heifer up. We had words on the phone, such and such, this and that. Okay, fine. That was all the confirmation that I need. That's the closure that I need, right? Okay. Now the Passover the next year, that was in it was in Queens, right? The Passover the next year, I noticed she's there, and I noticed that her and General Q seeming pretty cool and everything. Yeah, I'm kind of putting two together a little bit, but what gave confirmation on that was Captain Kapash's rib. She know every goddamn thing. She comes up and she's like, she's married to General Q now. I'm like, oh, okay. So now I put two together between this year and last year. He was the ride that she went to get last year. And they went and on the low, snuck and consummated a marriage between them. Come to find out, he was in this bitch's ear, you know what I'm saying, for months, while me and her was courting.
God damn.
Yeah, and this is a general. A general doing it.
They might have been passing her around.
Who the hell even? Who knows? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because in reality, the sister wasn't a great looking sister. You know what I'm saying? I'm just putting it like that. But but obviously, these niggas don't give too much of a damn. You know what I'm saying? I was dealing with her, looking past the fact that she really doesn't have the physical appearance that I like, but the bra was good to me. So a lot of time that's all a nigga need. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's how that thing played out. You know, that's how that thing played out right there. And me and General Q was pretty cool. He was the general that I actually liked better than the other ones. You know what I'm saying? Every time I seen him, his hugs and daps, and you know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, he had a pretty humble spirit, you know, because we wasn't, you know, he wasn't the type that would, you know, try to throw his weight around like the other general, like few of the other generals and everything. I mean, hell, we was at, you know, in Chicago one time, he slept on the floor, you know, and that, you know, that didn't make a lot of us feel good with the general sleeping on the floor like that. But, you know, he had some humility about him and everything. And he ain't have no, you know, no ribs, you know. But I'm just saying, look at the play that was made there.
Yeah, that shit is wicked, man.
Right. And so now think about this for a second. Now, being the fact that these dudes hold grudges and everything, how am I viewed from them? You see what I'm saying? If I figure it out, I can potentially say something about it if I figure out what happened. Because they expect for everybody just to let everything go when them niggas don't never let nothing go. Them dudes hold grudges with the best of them.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And they gonna find a way to get you down the line. Even if it's down the line, they'll wait. They're patient. Yeah, they'll wait. So think about it.
No, it's just because it's just funny because when I was in Sakari, right?
Right.
You know, just because of the parallel, because all these camps operate the same way because they're you know being controlled by the same entity.
Right.
Motherfuckers will sit up here, hold shit against you, right? Just for them to come at you in the end and try to destroy your name and try to make you look bad,
Yes,
bro.
sir.
Like, nigga.
That's
Oh
what
my
they do.
God,
That's what they did to me. And see, here's the messed up thing about it. I was the very first person that I seen them ever conspire against. If I had known them doing this stuff, you know, if I'd have known them, you know, them doing this stuff way back, man, I'd have left them a long time ago. Or if I'd have known anything about this before joining them, I never would have joined them. You know, but everything happens for a reason. You know, because if I had did that, then I wouldn't have the testimony that I got today.
Yeah, like you said, brother, you know, when you're on the outside, you see it more blatantly than when you're in the inside. So for a lot of us that came up and went into these congregations and camps, we didn't know what they were about till we found out when we were in them. And that's what happens a lot of the time.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Because see, there was no ISUPK in Kentucky, down in Kentucky. None. I was the only one, you know. And the ex-real that I had, her son, you know what I'm saying? But he fell out soon as he came in, you know. As soon as me and her broke up, he was out. Yeah, but you know.
Hey, real quick,
dudes.
Go ahead.
I was just ready to say, you know, these dudes is wicked. I mean, all the way, you know, all through and through. And they done took out on the ways of the old One West School before the split. They done took on all of those ways. And Johanna, that's what I say, ISUPK didn't even start out as nothing righteous like that. They was acting righteous because they was wolves in sheep's clothing because their sheep, once their numbers is low. When their numbers is low, because they trying to keep all their members at that point. But as soon as they grow, then they shed the sheepskin then.
Yep,
then you get to see who they really are.
Yep.
They shed the sheep. They shed the sheepskin and then they start to grow teeth.
Hey, so with that, because there's two more things I want you to address right now. Did you ever feel like, because I don't know if you've seen my catalog on here, right, on this platform, and these brothers have been on various live streams going back 2 years ago about ISUPK, right? about potentially, of course, being affiliated with certain groups such as the CIA or such as the FBI in particular, and of course, certain occultic factions. One I would suspect would be definitely Masonry and Rosicrucian. I think we spoke about this before 2 weeks ago. Did you have any feelings, and what is your take on that? And there's another question I'll have after that.
Okay. General Hyman did a class one time, and I wish I had saved this class. It kicks me in the behind every time I think about it. What he said if anybody in here tries to shame the school, that we will already have an FBI profile waiting on you.
Whoa.
That's what he said. That's what he said.
Repeat that again.
He said if any one of y'all try to shame the school, we will have a ready-made FBI profile on you. So that means that while you on the podium talking about we are the Isupk coming out of one West, that means they already plotting on you then.
Listen up, saints.
That means they already plotting. While you in the class, Isupk went to the Commander Junior Hunter, all of that. They already plotting up and setting on you. Why are you paying your tithes? Why are you giving paying your why are you doing all of this work?
Damn.
Why are you having these events? Why are you battling on their behalf? You know what I'm saying? Why are you doing all of that? They already setting up on you right then.
Now, brothers and sisters, I want y'all to, Salakia, brother, I want y'all to hear this. Who does that remind you of? The industry, right? They set up all the people that go into the industry, and they have tapes on them and all types of information on them. And who came out with that too as well? Cat Williams, just a couple days ago. Salakia, yeah, brother.
Right, and you so right.
Because the scholars that usually be in the chat when we doing podcasts like this, I want to know where y'all saying we bugged out at now. Do we sound bugged out to you now?
Yeah, nigga, bring it. Hey, real quick. Okay, Tarap, hold that thought. I just want to show this because because the fact that you brought this out, right? The fact that you brought this out.
I've been saying this for 3 years. These niggas is the police, but y'all niggas be calling me bugged out. Now you hearing it from the horse's mouth, somebody who been on the inside.
Right, a brother that was with these whole ass niggas, bro. Damn it. One second. I'm about to share you something, right? Because I don't know. I'm not sure if you've seen this before. Let's see, share screen. Okay, window, entire screen. Yeah, entire screen. Oh, I got to do it like this. Okay. Let me go ahead and let me go ahead and do this real quick. Echo cancellation. Just listen to General Hyman.
When the white man says when the FBI who has met with me, how many times? 5 times? I done had to sit in front of the FBI. I'm with him when the white man says when the FBI who has met with me, how many times? 5 times? I done had to sit in front of the FBI. I'm with him when the white man says when the FBI who has met with me, how many times? 5 times? I done had to sit in front of the FBI.
I seen that. Matter of fact, that came out. I seen that. That's ain't that when he was sitting with 2 other dudes. I think it was Knock and Taziawan, the captain out of Delaware, in this interview thing right here. I remember this.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember this right here. That was back when Taziawan was an officer of 500. I remember that. That was before I even got into school. I seen this. But see, here's the thing, though. I done seen people, FBI. I figured there's a given that the FBI would approach, just like they approached the brother up here, Officer 5000 Maccabia. They approached him. I figured they were just trying to find something, because I figured the FBI is going to watch all of these, anything that's black and seeming to be militant, But see, here's the thing. Now that I see this, now it adds up that they actually really dealing with them. Like 5 times? I ain't never known no nigga to sit down for the FBI 5 times though.
Bro,
one time, yeah.
I've had the police called on me at least 6 times. Never. I mean, listen. If the FBI or CIA approaches you, they're gonna do it under disguise of someone trying to learn. But they're not gonna approach you as far as having a conversation with you 5 fucking times, and you did.
Right.
And they're not.
Right.
This fat grease ball nigga. He reminds me of that movie, The Departed, with Jack Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Right. I remember that movie.
In the movie, come to find out, the guy that they trying to track down to put in jail was already a protected FBI informant. That's who this nigga remind me of.
Yeah, I'll bet, man. And that nigga's slick and slimy, brother.
IUIC and Nate being the police and that person being the police. Yeah, whole FBI informant the whole time. Because anytime you can sit up there and do a class and say, we got FBI profiles on every member in this camp, come on, bro. Stop.
Right, exactly. That means they already setting up on you just because, see, here's the thing. Just like one guy got approached, out of Texas, got approached, but come to find out, he was ISUPK and everything. He'd been with them a long time. He's a guy from out of here, out of Minnesota. He got approached, and here's the thing. He been doing videos talking about against the vaccine, but that's not, ISUPK stands in support of the vaccine. So they'll eyeball you for things like that. They'll eyeball you for those. And one thing that they didn't like about me too is the way that, that I taught my classes. Some people say that a lot of those dudes were jealous of the way that I teach. I mean, the highest ranking dudes,
I believe it.
Breaking down things that they couldn't even break down. Yeah, but I remember I had a wife,
You don't like the nigga because of the way he sound when you teach. That's a female.
No. It's just the things that I was breaking down. How I was breaking, because I talk about these broads, because I ain't no feminist. I talk about these broads and all of that. Yeah, how they say they born again virgins and all that type of stuff. I don't come from that type of light right there.
Yeah, you get on
you know what I'm saying? Right. I don't look at things from that type of perspective. I look at them from, I know what the hell they were when they were in the world, and a lot of them just take that same stuff and just put it inside, just like these dudes.
Right.
They take that dope dealer mentality and everything and put that inside the schools. Well, these broads do the same damn thing. So I used to do a whole lot of my classes about broads, because a lot of time they one of the biggest reasons that men get destroyed. And I done seen them do a lot of things. Really, a lot of my classes was actually checking the school. You know what I'm saying? Checking certain things that I seen in the school, certain weaknesses and everything that I seen inside the school. Instead of somebody being like, man, you know what? That brother's right. Maybe we need to fix this. We need to fix that or whatever. Oh, no. Because they don't want to fix it, because the demon that's on that school don't want them fixing the damn thing. So now that demon is now looking at you, seeing how it can destroy you through them.
Well, I mean, when you make a facade and you claim to be the home of the truth, you got to keep that facade up at all costs.
They don't keep it. Yeah. If I could, it was a situation down in Texas that happened years ago. It was an event down in Texas. I think it was one of barbecues down in Texas, and the dude's wife said, "Yeah, he talk all that shit while he up on that podium, but when we go home, I run things." And she said this in front of all the highest ranking dudes. He was just an officer of 50. Guess what dude did? He just dropped his head.
Damn.
And didn't say nothing. Like he was the real.
Yo.
Yeah. He ended up leaving their school because he got so humiliated and so embarrassed. And a lot of that stuff, you know what? A lot of that weakness comes at? A lot of that weakness comes behind the counsel you get from dudes with high rank.
Right. Wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They pretty much put your woman.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They
they
the
put
same
your woman
niggas.
over you inside the damn house. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Now check this out.
let's,
All
You know,
these
like
niggas.
hey,
Captain.
let's
All
speak of this brother because he talked about that. He talked about that. Niggas trying
Yeah,
to supplant households in the school, trying to fuck another
right,
nigga wife. Yeah.
right,
Yep, so
right.
they could be with them,
Exactly. Just like Captain Kaposh is real, man. That woman is wicked as hell. You know, but but somehow she got Kaposh, you know, balls and some wire pliers. You know what I'm saying? Because
Hey,
he don't even
Hey,
be correcting her. I had to correct his woman. I had to do
what?
it.
hey, wait, hold up.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hey, yo. Hey, no, but
Man,
Right,
this
that's
didn't
insane,
hey, wait,
man.
hold up. Hey, wait, hold up. Kaposh, right? The little midget, right? Isn't
right,
this the
right.
same nigga? The same nigga that posted on
Bone
Facebook.
thugs and fringes.
He's talking about, man, my bitch, this is my bitch cooked this. Like he's the boss
I
of the
remember
fucking
that.
house. Like, Nick.
Yeah, and then
So this
everybody, and
brother
here's the funny thing about it, you know, because her brother's Regalia, dude named Regalia, he out on the West Coast. But you know, yeah, it was a whole uproar about that. But see, here's the thing though, you know, see, they'll be strong in certain little areas, but the areas that they really need to be strong at, they're not strong there. See, that was a Facebook front right there. But as far as at home and everything, it's something totally damn different. I had to check her, you know what I'm saying, myself.
right.
And here's the thing. We, you know, riding with all of these niggas with all of this rank, and they ain't saying nothing. Like, what the hell? And see, that's another way that I know that I was being isolated. How the hell she gonna sit there? She gonna start an argument with me because she's from out California, and you know, okay, what they call weed in different, different states. Like in New York, Issachar. I don't even know how we got on this subject, but in New York they call it like Thai. You know what I'm saying? You know, the chocolate Thai and all of that type of stuff. You know, and she what they call it something else on the West Coast. But here's the thing: we got no lie. No, they call it lie. It was calling it lie in New York, and I think they was calling it Thai in California. Now, she starts a damn argument with me over that. What the fuck are we arguing about some weed for? Anyway.
Wow.
And then another thing, why are you arguing with me? You ain't supposed to even be arguing with no man. Now, it's happening in the midst of her husband and all of this damn rank. This, if we was in a band, you know, the band that we rented to take up to New York for the Passover. And then it got to the point to where she kept on wanting to go argue about it. I told her, Shammai. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, and I had to tell her like twice. Kaposh didn't say nothing. He didn't say nothing.
So it goes to show you that in these camps, all that no powers want to be soldiers and mighty man talk is bullshit. These women run these niggas. And the main reason why these women run these niggas, because these niggas ain't doing nothing for their households. They paying all the
and they getting high.
And getting high on they dime. And getting high.
Oh, let's
I
talk
seen
about
her come in high. I seen her come in high one time. When Kaposh went to California. When Kaposh went to California, he went down there, you know, I think he went to Southern Cali because at that time, you know, they wasn't having no camps or nothing. And at the time, they just had a bunch of, you know, some young dudes that really didn't have a lot of experience when it came to, you know, camps and stuff like that. Right. So he went out there because they was getting ready to have the first camp. So he was going to be out there, to help them, show them exactly, how to do it. So he ended up going to California for about like, I think about 7-8 days or something like that. All right. First damn thing, as soon as he left, now we sitting around, because now I'm in charge, So we sitting, fellas are sitting around at the table. And this heifer called herself trying to check me. What she was trying to do, she was trying to instate authority with Kaposh being gone. And I checked her ass real good. So now she get all in her feelings and she would call up General Mahaman and Marquardt and them. Here's the funny thing about it, though. They would never call me, which is kind of funny. She would call and complain against me for standing up to her But those dudes would never call me. They're supposed to call me and ask, so what happened to Rob? They to hear my perspective of it. No, they ain't doing that. They just taking whatever she say and putting it in their little collection box. So that they can sit there and try and mold and shape, the perception of your character out of that. That's what they doing. You know what I'm saying? And then we had a major council and everything. We had a major council. Now she trying to be in the council. Ain't no women supposed to be in the council. It's certain men that ain't supposed to be in the council. You know what I'm saying?
Goddamn,
troopers, troopers and stuff like that.
This is the true definition of a Jezebel, y'all. Pay attention.
Right.
This is what the true definition of Jezebel. See, people think that a Jezebel is just opening your quiver to every arrow. That's only a small part of it. When you read in the book of 2 Kings, and the story of the prophet Elijah and Elisha, being a Jezebel is simply being the woman that's trying to usurp authority over the men. That's what a Jezebel is. Because when you look at King Ahab, he bowed down to Jezebel, not the Most High.
Yep.
Right. Yep. And see, the thing about me, I believe the things that I say in my classes. That's one of the reasons why winning on women is so tough. But I'm like that. I don't just say things in the class and then be weak behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? And no, hell no. I'm the same way, regardless of that way that camera's rolling or not. I'm the same dude.
They got that straight feminine spirit.
Right. These dudes are damn fronters. You know what I'm saying? And here is another thing that Muhammad said. He said, if you give anything, you give anybody anything, you better put it on camera and say Commander General Hanna did it. That's what that nigga said.
Yeah. This is what I noticed about this greaseball nigga, right? This is what I noticed about this greaseball Popeye's chicken eating ass nigga. This nigga will literally put out an order to his congregation to do totally directly against what the Bible says. I noticed that.
Right.
The Bible says to do that. The Bible says to do your arms in secret and let the Most High lift you up. That's what the Bible says. Right.
But see, nah, they want to do it all in front of everybody. So what does that tell you when the camera go off? These niggas ain't trying to feed shit.
Right.
They ain't trying to close the damn thing. That camera go off. You know what I'm saying? You ain't. That means if you ain't got your phone on you, you can't show the love of God.
That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't that something? If you ain't got your phone on you, you went to the store and left your phone at the crib, you can't show nobody no kindness.
Hey man, from now on, anybody got a problem with me going in on these niggas, don't say shit else to me. Fuck you. Leave God alone when he be going in on these niggas. Because everything that this brother's saying, we've been saying for the longest. And now you hearing from the horse's mouth how niggas get down. Don't say shit else to me why I be getting on these wicked niggas. You know why. Stop playing stupid. Stop being a man worshiper, man, and repent.
Right.
Exactly.
Hey, brother Alon, you got a big echo in the background.
Okay, so
hey, let's touch on one thing. Okay, so what we were talking about earlier about some of their like how they're gaining their money, right? Like we were talking about the course we all know about the 501c3, but can you explain again earlier to what we were talking about how these guys are gaining the type of money that they're getting?
You mean outside of their, the chart, the stuff that what do you mean, like the donations aspect?
Yeah, there you go.
Things chart, like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The ties, of course, is one way. These are the non what do you call them? The non-taxable stuff, because the religious organizations, don't have to pay taxes. That's why they got the thing split kind of into two, looking like two separate, entities or whatever, So the Midwest barbecues, that's one way that they do it. Now it's about 70 camps, right? It's about 70 camps. Let's say one person out of each of those camps paid the actual $300 for the Midwest barbecue. Just one person. Now you take that 70, you know what I'm saying, and multiply that by 300, you're going to end up with $21,000. Now, that $21,000 right there, you know, I mean, that 21,000, you got to deduct about, let's see, each barbecue run about $5,000, you know, something like that, right? You know, run about $5,000. So that means, you know, you include all the expenses, because here's the thing, they ain't not paying for you to have a place to take, because you got to pay for your own lodging and all of that if you can't, you know, shack up with somebody that already lived there. You know, if you can't, or you can't, or it's, you know, you sleep inside the school or something like that. You know, but if you got a rib and everything, I can't sleep on no damn floors. You you have your rib with you and all of that. So that means either y'all got to share a hotel with somebody. The school's not paying for none of this stuff. You got to come out with this stuff out of your own damn pocket after paying the $300 for the Midwest barbecue fund. So now that leaves them about $16,000. Y'all think they do with that? They divvy that up. The Midwest camp leader, he gets his cut, and then they divvy the cut up with the generals, the highest ranking dudes and all of that. So now each one of them is getting a few grand, and they have about 5 of these barbecues every year in different states. So now you take that, you know, that they making about $105,000 annually just on the barbecues alone. You see what I'm saying? Now,
put nothing in. Wow.
Right. They ain't paying no damn $300, and it's their event. They want the niggas come from everywhere else to go pay it, and then want to put you on the grill. I done ran that grill about 3 Midwest barbecues.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
Faggot.
And then I paid 2021. I paid the $300, and I ain't even go.
Oh man.
You know,
they didn't refund you, huh?
Hell no, man.
Did they refund you?
They gobble it. No, hell no. They gobble it up, man. They gobble it up just like any glutton would do. You know what I'm saying? They gobble it up. Act like you didn't even. That's why they don't keep no records on nothing either. They don't keep no records or anything like that on who spent what or whatever the case is. So that means they can just act like you never done it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my
When you
God.
bring what you done gave to them, they have no records of it. They cook the books without even having, you know what I'm saying, without even having the books to cook. Cooked imaginary books. Now think about it. Look at that. That's $105,000 that the top dudes get to split up annually every year. Just okay. That now you got to think about. Now you got to think about Passover funds. They're not spending all of that on the Passover. Like I said, you got to get your own damn hotels. You know what I'm saying? Every damn thing you pay that Passover fund and all of that. You know, you might get a couple of plates of lamb and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But as far as hotels and all of that stuff, oh man, you know, I had to pay about somewhere around, you know, because I went to the Passover in 2022, you know, and shit. I was only there. It was in Cocoa Beach, Florida. I was only there for about, you know, 2 days, and ended up having to spend, on top of the Passover fund and all of that, I had to spend about $1,000. I was just going for the Passover and then trying to make it back up here to Minnesota. You know, expensive plane tickets. They ain't gonna pay for none of that. The hotel room, they ain't paying for none of that. You know what I'm saying?
And they still expect you to pay tithes on top of that.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And then here's the funny thing about it, because every nigga's trying to sell something too. Every nigga trying to sell something, at the Passovers and all that, setting up the tables and all of that stuff.
Right.
I ain't seen no Passover like that in the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
The same spirit
Niggas is out there selling things. Huh?
They're the same spirits of this order Christ upgraded in the temple, man.
Right, you know, it's, I mean, it's just, it's just a lot that goes on. Okay, now, like I said, the $200, and a lot of people's paying that $200, but the money that's left over, what do? They split that stuff up among the highest dudes. They split it up. So that's another racket they got going. And now this, and then you got to think about the oil tables and T-shirts, stuff like that. They'll have people that ain't, have people selling that stuff for them while they get all the goddamn money, and you can't even get a free shirt or free oil after you've been out there in that sun all damn day selling day stuff.
Right.
That's another one.
Right.
That's another one of they rackets that they got going. Another racket is the Hebrew Academy jackets, like I had mentioned in one of my videos. That Hebrew Academy jacket, a cheap made flight jacket that they probably only pay about $10 per jacket because they get them wholesale. But you gotta, after doing all of that grueling stuff for for them months and everything, you graduate, you got to pay $100 for that damn jacket. You don't get it for free. You got to pay $100 for it. Now think about it. Now, okay. Now look at you say look how much money they're profiting off of that though. Each jacket, they profited about $90 off each jacket. And it might be 70 or so people that graduate Hebrew Academy every year. That's another racket that they got going. You know what I'm saying? Then you got, they started, General Haas started Firewatch Security, where, started a little security company and everything, and they pay you like $15 an hour. But then, they want you to, do security for 12 hours, things like that. Or one time I had to do, I had to pull a double, I had to do 16 hours, But see, here's the thing. If now Minnesota don't have many people, but Minnesota was only one of the only spots to where they was actually getting a contract, and with few men and a contract, it's not like you dealing in one of these states, you got 20, 30 soldiers, you know what I'm saying? It was at the time, it was only about 5 of us, 5 or 6 or something like that. There was some sisters, a few sisters that needed the extra money too. But that contract right there didn't last too long because he couldn't really keep it up like that. They had got one guy from the world, but the company hired him on and got rid of the school. You know what I'm saying? Got rid of the Firewatch Security. You know what I'm saying? So they had him doing that and hired a couple of people that was from the, from the world that had actually got on through the school. So they pretty much just, pushed the Isupk out of that. And there was no more security jobs in Minnesota. But they made a quick little cut off of it though. Yeah, they made a quick little cut. And they got some ways that I don't even know anything about, and they dividing all of this money up among one another. Here's the funny thing about it too, is, they got, I'm quite sure the generals and everything got, some type of little profession. General Shalimar has the Black Business Coalition, which I was in it with him also, General Shalimar. Where to build websites and everything for businesses and stuff like that, solicit them to see if they want a website built for them. And it's going to go into, solar paneling and things like that, selling, having people, you know, have the deal to get the solar panels and everything. You're supposed to get a commission off of it. And, you know, I had, you know, paid the little fee and everything, you know, to it was $100 to get in it. And, you know, whoever had a business going, I had my grill cleaner thing going, you know, Power Priest grill cleaner. And the rib that I had, you know, little sweets thing that she was doing called sweet tooth treats. You know, so they had got me a little, you know, built me a little, you know, a little commercial type of thing on YouTube right now, and look pretty smooth and everything. But here's the thing: I never earned anything with them. Never earned any type of commission. I was also doing cable, you know, doing cable and stuff like that too. You get the person's bill, you know, and then you send the bill, and they do something to get the bill, you know, reduced and everything. And you're supposed to catch a commission off of that. I sent them 2 bills, never heard nothing else back. Well, I was supposed to get $100 off of those 2 bills. Never heard a damn thing about it. And I tried to do the solar panel thing, and there was a girl, a lady down in Kentucky, you know, that I knew, you know, and at this time they were still thinking that I was down in Kentucky, and me and her was supposed to partner it up with the solar panel thing. And, you know, she's a sister with a real good work ethic and everything. She was dead ass serious about it. When she ended up, you know, quitting the Black Business Coalition because of, you know, certain things was, you know, for one thing, you couldn't even really get a hold of General Sharmar. He's so busy all the time. You can't get a hold of him. And you know, we supposed to actually be training. And so I'm going on what I know. We come to find out I'm supposed to be doing this and that wrong and all of that. So it just became too much. I just stopped getting in the meetings and all of that and just left that whole thing alone. You know, next thing you know, and he was also, here's the funny thing about it, because he was also telling me, the people like me, and it was another brother named Sean. I don't know what his Hebrew name is, but he was an officer too. You know, he was real good with the whole web design type of thing. You know, he told us not to keep this away from the school, that this is something that don't have nothing to do with the school, right? Now, here's the funny thing about it. Months down the line, he got all of these niggas from the school in the Black Business Coalition, after telling us not to invite anybody from the school, to keep this separate from the school. He wanted us to do that so he can have all the school customers and monopolize that all himself. Y'all hear this?
God.
Yeah. And this is the greediness of those dudes.
Yeah.
The generals, even without that, already make good money. Why not give other niggas some opportunity? See, that's why I said before, they don't want you to get empowered. And let me tell you another thing. All right. It had a major council. Now, a major council was supposed to be done on the first Saturday of every month, but they changed it because you're supposed to report on whatever's going on in your city, what you've done, your accomplishments in that city, rank raises you gave, you know, all types of stuff like that, right? Okay. But, you know, from month to month, usually it's not a whole lot to report from just one month to the next. So they changed it to where you would have the report every 3 months instead of, you know, every 1 month. So you'll have a nice little, you know, spiel to give during the time of the major council. Now, he realized that a whole lot of people was taking clothes, because you know how they have the clothes drives, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They have a clothes drive. They have a clothes drives, but a lot of brothers was taking the clothes that they didn't need anymore and was donating it to Goodwill. Well, General Hyman finds out about that, and he's like, "Well, why y'all donating to the Goodwill? Y'all need to be donating y'all's clothes to the ISUPK." Now, think about this for a second. Why does he want all the clothes donated to the ISUPK? So
they can get another tax break.
Exactly. And you don't get empowered. These men is donating clothes to actually try to empower their own damn household. But no, they want you to yield all your power, you know what I'm saying, your little bit of power, so that they can have it. for their own, and they you think you're gonna get any kickback off the damn tax break? Hell no. You ain't gonna get nothing. Nothing at all. And them greedy, fat, lush bastards is gonna keep it all for themselves. And if you even say anything about it, you marked. And them niggas is gonna find a way somewhere to handle you. They're gonna find a way to do it. You know?
Yeah, God, it's JT, man. Let me know when I can chime in, please.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Just real quick, Tarap, do you want to? Because I think there's certain people that said that they want to ask some questions. Or are you open to some questions about? Okay.
Yeah. I'm open to some questions.
Okay, come on. Go ahead, JT.
Yeah. Now I know Mr. Fat Boy you're talking about. I know the man 32 years when I came into school. The original One West, Isupk, 125th Street in Harlem. I know this man. Now he's a sneaky little bastard. Okay? I'm gonna tell you some things. One thing I'm gonna leave off the table. I'm gonna leave that alone. There was brothers that used to be in his camp. This going back in the early 90s, man. He had men working on them oil tables, man. This fat ass nigga was taking all their money. And this fat nigga was giving these brothers a 2-piece biscuit and chicken every day and some tokens to get back and forth to the camp every day. He was robbing them blind. Okay? Yeah. This is what this nigga did. I got one more. I'm not gonna talk about that other shit. I'm gonna leave that alone. We took down a drug corner in 1993, right? Right. He was there, all of the 7, the heads and shit. It's on 125th Street. Now he was over the construction. You know, he had men working on that construction, man, that site, man. And that nigga didn't give nobody nothing. Hear what I'm talking about? Rock, huh?
If I could, which one? Which fat boy, Johanna or Muhammad?
Yeah, Johanna. Muhammad wasn't in the school at the time. This is 30, like this is in 1993. So this going back like 31 years almost. Okay. Johanna wasn't in the school, and that other black Magoo, that nigga, he wasn't in the school either. All of them cats rolling with Johanna wasn't in the school. Okay. Tazariak, he a new jack, man. He'll tell me, yo, you a new nigga. I was in this shit before you. I know all of the 7. I know all of the 7. Yo, ask Gad. Don't I got Elder Kazak phone number? One of the 7. I can call him up anytime.
Hey, brother Tarap, this is the brother that I was going to introduce you to. Was the brother Jonathan Taylor?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know all of the 7, bro. I know all of the 7. Okay. I know Masha. I knew Arya. I knew Yaiquab. I knew Lahab. I got Lahab number. I know Yeshaya. I know Shaw, and I know Kazak. I can call Kazak too.
Yeah, okay. Brother JT, Tarap wanted to see if somebody could set up like a talk with the elder Kazak, because the brother wanted to ask him some questions.
Bet, yo, Gad, give him my number.
Okay, Con.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me go ahead.
Give him my number and have him call me tomorrow.
Con, I'm gonna go ahead and do it in the private.
Put it in the chat for him.
Yep.
And he can call me tomorrow. Call me tomorrow morning about 11 o'clock, and I'll call the elder up and let you talk with him. Bet.
Con. Okay. Yeah, that's a bet.
Bet. That's what's up. I'm putting you on the phone with one of the pioneers of the school. I ain't putting you on with just anybody.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Just real quick. Everybody, real quick. Isaac. Who's in the back chat? I'm not familiar with the name, but whoever Isaac is, just either show me a picture of you or just on camera, just real quick, so I know who it is, real quick.
Yeah, Gad, you got your echo's really bad in the background.
Is it my echo? My echo?
Yeah, I think it's you.
JT, he's a walk-in history when it comes to the One West and all the different breakdowns, man. So he a solid dude when it comes to learning the history of these agents among us in the nation.
Okay, Con. Yeah, I'm about to put it in the chat real quick.
Yeah, I think you got something else playing in the background, Rayabya.
No, that's not me.
Yeah, I hear some noise in the back. I don't know who it is. Ain't me.
Oh, it might be me.
Nah, because when you speak and it's coming out clear, it's somebody. It's either got like the live playing in the background or something, and you can hear the echo.
Yeah, it might be. It might be the
Yo,
it might be something.
Power Priest. Yeah. Power Priest, go in the chat and get my number and call me up tomorrow morning. By
Yeah, the brother's name.
Where you live at though?
The brother's name's Tarap.
Yeah, I'm in Minnesota.
Oh, Tarap.
Minneapolis.
Okay, call me up at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
That'll be 10 o'clock you. So call me at 11 and I'll call him up. Bet?
Okay. All right,
no doubt. I got you.
Hey, real quick, let me say something. To anybody that comes in the chat, if I'm not whenever you hit the link, if I'm not familiar with the if you're not uncammed and I'm not familiar with the avatar or the name, you have before I bring you on, you have to uncam because it's so I can know who you are, so I know you're authentic. Because there have been people that tried that have done this before, where they'll put a literal dick pic, all right, and try to get the video taken down. So just letting y'all know. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, no, I mean, to me, this is just so insurmountable of testimonies, man, against Isupk and their shit, man, and looking at, going back.
Hey, yo, let me tell him something quick, Can I say it quick? Then I'll let y'all go. Yo, he always be telling people he was given to school. When his ass got thrown out the school, all he did was take the original name of the school, my dude. That's it. Nobody gave him nothing.
I figured that because see, I figured that, you know why? Because see, that would be an epic event if the keys being handed over to him. I'd ask myself the question: why wouldn't they record that? I mean, they record every damn thing else, right? Can y'all hear me?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they record. That would be huge right there, showing that the keys being passed over to him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hell, they record the rank raises, right? Why wouldn't they record?
Yeah. But ain't he? Didn't he say? Yeah, can I say this quick? I'll let you get it back. Sorry, man. Didn't he say he was the number? And he was telling y'all that he was the number 8 man in the school.
Right.
Did he tell you that lie?
They made a shirt.
He was never part of that. That's a damn lie. Right. That's a lie. And I'm gonna put you on with phone tomorrow with somebody that know the whole complete 100% truth. Believe that.
God. Yeah, I noticed that they even made a shirt. Made a shirt and had, Masha, and then had all the rank down, and then put him as 8th, commanding General Yohana as the 8th. I'm like, these dudes. At that time, when they came out with that shirt, I already knew, what the deal was. I already knew that Tahar was over him, Tazadakia, but that's the stuff that he feeds.
Tazadakia wasn't over him.
Oh, he wasn't?
No, Tahar was over him, but Tazadakia wasn't over him. No.
Oh,
that's a lie.
Okay. So when they left and everything, so when he followed Ariel, somehow it was a switch in the game to where now Tazadakia was running things though, right? It wasn't in the run.
Yeah, Tazadaki brought the Illuminati up in there, man.
Right.
Check this out. The
Tazadak,
elder
yep.
was at the meet. Tazadaki brought the Illuminati in there, man. The Rosicrucians.
Right, because I know
They gave him $50 million.
Right.
Yeah, they gave him $50 million. Okay? The elder, I'm gonna put you on the phone where he gonna break it down to you sweet. He'll tell you, he gonna break it down to you better than I could because I wasn't there. I left the school already. I left the school in 1999. I got sick of this bullshit up in there. That's why I split.
Right.
I did my 7 years up in there and I left.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah. Matter of fact, I was in the school for almost 7 years myself. Cut on out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the feast of dedication of last year. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, real quick, I just want Shalom, Isaac. Right.
Hello? You hear me?
Yeah.
I just had a couple questions.
Oh, Shalom, brother. Are you just real quick? Just introduce yourself real quick.
Yeah, my name is Isaac. Shalom, everybody. How y'all doing tonight?
Doing good.
Yeah, I wanted to ask brother a couple questions, if that's okay.
He just dropped out. 1 second.
Oh man.
What? 1 second. Let me send him the thing again.
No problem. Take your time.
Yeah, man. Hey, you been seeing this craziness is going on?
What? Like what?
Oh no, I mean, you've been hearing about this crazy shit that's been that the brother's been bringing out?
Oh yeah, I've been listening in since you first started. I've been hearing it all, man. This Isupk, man, just a group of demons.
Man, have you ever had any? Oh, go ahead.
That's all the camps, man. They ain't just one camp, man. They all down with the same program.
Yep, God.
Yeah, they're all Jesuit controlled, Rosicrucian affiliated. You know, and
all of just following this man-made doctrine, man. You know, and a lot of these guys, they precept kings. They ain't really reading and studying that Bible. They precept kings.
Yeah, precepts.
And another thing, man, all they doing is regurgitating what the prophets already been given by the Father and Son, bro.
Exactly.
They're not prophets. Check this out. For you to be a prophet, let's say so. Was Isaiah got all of the inspiration? Did he prophesy through the book or through the Most High? He didn't have no Bible to read nothing out of. Okay? Right. All we doing is reading what he gave these prophets, John the Revelator, Peter, Paul, all of those men. All we saying is what they saying in the book. That don't make us prophets. You understand?
And with that being said, that's why I don't understand why some of these men are calling themselves priests and prophets. I mean, how in the hell are you a prophet? God don't directly give his message to them. So how are they a prophet? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
How are they home of the truth?
That's hold on, check this out. Home of the truth. No one place can have the truth, man. Everybody on this panel got some sort of truth to tell. Well, so it ain't just one man.
Yeah, all of us hold the key to the truth.
Yeah, let me bring that out in Isaiah real quick. Was it Isaiah 30? Was it 32? And yeah, let me bring that out because these niggas tell you who they are just by the shit they say. It's Isaiah 34 and Isaiah 34 and 17, verse 16. First and foremost, Isaiah 34 and 16. Seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read. None one of these shall fail. All right, so you're supposed to be seeking out the book word of the Lord and read, right? And of course, you know, during that time, I mean, they had the law, statutes, and commandments. Now we have the Bible that chronicalizes the old, new, and the apocrypha. All right. So Isaiah 34:16, seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read, and read. None one of these shall fail. None shall want her mate. From my mouth it commanded, and his spirit it had gathered them. So the spirit of the Most High is going to gather us, man, into the knowledge. Verse 17, and he hath cast a lot for them, and his hand hath divided it unto them by line. Now, speaking of the word, man, they shall possess it forever. From generation to generation shall they dwell therein. So no matter where we're at, no matter where we're scattered, the lot will be cast unto all. It shall be divided unto all of us. So to sit up here and say, I'm third in the kingdom, I'm commanding, you're a commander of the army of hell, where motherfuckers gonna be at, straight to the fucking ground, man.
And yo, let me jump in on something quick. Yo, listen, check this out. Whatever man on this panel make it to the kingdom, whoever on this panel, if we all do, and I'm telling this to them too. Do you think the Most High gonna call a nigga a captain or anything, a general, anything, a high priest or anything, or apostle or disciple, or a bishop or deacon, any of these fancy, extravagant titles these men claim? He gonna call you by your damn name, and that's it. If your name is Malachi or Yahweh, whatever your name is, that's what you're gonna be addressed by. That's it. You ain't got no power over nobody's salvation. This is why the people, they lying to everybody in these camps, man. Go ahead.
And you know something, what I noticed? These guys in these Israelite groups, they are taking advantage of people that don't know the Bible, never read the Bible, and they brainwashing them. You know, they taking scriptures way out of context. You know what I mean?
Yep, that's why the brother Rayabya and a couple of us do this, man. And that's why we come on this panel to expose the foolery and the fake and the wickedness these guys are doing.
Right. Let me give you a quick example, if you don't mind, just real quick. It's just like Jeremiah 51:20.
Yeah, no,
they use that scripture to say that God is going to use them to destroy kingdoms. But I read that whole chapter like 5 times. I read it 5 times in one night, and that's talking about the king of Babylon, how God used the king of Babylon as his battle axe. And then when you read down, it talks about how the king of Persia is going to destroy him. Right or wrong?
Yep, that's what it says.
They misquote a lot of things in the Bible, bro. Like when they talking about we gonna rape women in the kingdom. Come on, man. You think he gonna allow that shit?
Yeah, I seen good. I seen some guy put that with Sharsham, what he that thing that he had with that dude Kariash.
Yeah.
When he was talking about Kariash. Yeah, and I seen another dude hop on there and tell some say rape is unlawful, but it's not unlawful to do it to the other nations. What the hell did you learn that at?
Why do you have rape on your mind? Sick.
Right.
Sick.
Yo, can I say something to the what's your name? What's the brother? He got his name as Power Priest, but what's your real name?
Tarap.
Okay, Tarap. I'm gonna ask you a question. When you looked at the chart, did it seem strange? It looked a little strange to you. You might have not said nothing, but did it not look strange to you? Because with the chart, what I see is 3 different nationalities of people on the chart. I see black people. The first 3 tribes you can see is black. And then from number 4 on, there's a mixture of Hispanic and Native Indians. Does that shit make sense to you?
Well, we got to kind of think of it, too. A lot of us look way different than what we did. Like, say, for instance, ancient Egypt. ancient Egypt, we all pretty much look practically the same. You know, we look like the ancient Egyptians. But as time went on and everything, you know, and one thing Israel always had a problem with was getting heathen women. We always had a problem with that. You know, going all the way back, you know, think about it. Judah married a Canaanite woman. You know, we always had this problem. And what ends up happening is your children start to look different. And they had to call us something different from each other in order to make sure that we were split up and we will fight each other. You know, they had to do that, right? That's the divide and conquer. They do this all over the earth. Hell, they even did it with Ishmael.
But check it out. Can I say something? Everybody need to identify themselves as Israel by scripture, by what you're going through, not by the chart.
Right.
If you looking at these scriptures, like in the book of Deuteronomy, and you fit them curses, then you know you Israel. You understand? You can't identify yourself as Judah because of that chart. Now, check this out. My lineage, my grandfather was a Negro coming out of Portugal and Spain. Negro, black as tar. And over there in that land, and he was born in the 1800s, not 1900s. In the 1800s, they knew them black folks that was over there in Spain and Portugal, they knew that they was Judah, the tribe of Judah. They said, those are the Jews. They knew that. Now, I don't need the chart to identify myself as Judah. You dig what I'm saying? I'm not putting nobody down, but I'm just saying a lot of cats in this walk, they going by what the charts say. And the chart is wrong. It's definitely, and check it out. You know how you know it's wrong? One more. How you gonna leave the tribe of Dan off that chart, bro? And Dan and Ephraim, let's keep it 100 here. Ephraim and Manasseh were not sons that Jacob bore by any of those wives. Am I right? That's Joseph. Joseph brought them two in the world.
Right.
Right. So how you tell? That's a question I would ask Ariel. How the hell you gonna leave Jan off the list? Ephraim and Manasseh gonna go through one gate, bro. They're not gonna be no two separate gates for them. Go ahead.
Well, let me say this, right? Because I understand that, you know, you have, you know, because most brothers on here, you know, we have different understandings and beliefs as far as when it comes to the 12 tribe chart. And it's like this, because we can have a discussion on this, right? Now, everything's based off of Ezekiel the 37th chapter about the stick for Edom and Judah. Now, and that specific stick is talking about the last days, especially because when you deal with Ezekiel 37, it's talking about the valley of dry bones, which we're in right now. We're in the time of we're in the time of what they call the wilderness. We're because we're out of Israel. We're not we don't have our power, so you know we're scattered. Right. So as far as as a chart or as a stick to show Judah and Ephraim, that is biblical. Now that is scriptural. Now, as far as if you believe according to what they say in the camps, I can understand, you know, somebody can be indifferent about that. Now, here's the thing, right? As far as the chart, and this is what I'm gonna just say about the chart, because I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I teach the chart from a certain perspective, but I also understand that there's Israelites scattered throughout the four corners, and as well as there's still the tribe of Dan scattered throughout the four corners as well. I mean, you know, when you deal with the time of the Spartans, they identified as Dan. There's certain other people that I identified as Dan as well, the Danes, right? So, you know, the original Danes, you know what I'm saying? The black people that were rolling up in, you know, throughout
Denmark.
Europe and whatnot. Yeah, Denmark, Slovakia, Denmark. All
that
right.
means Dan's mark.
But that's what I'm saying. And of course, you know, England is Angel's land and angelic sons of Isaac, you know, with the Anglo-Saxons. So, you know, our people are scattered, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of times when you deal with certain people, they let you know who they are when they say I'm from this tribe, or my grandfather says we're from that tribe. So my only thing is I can only go off of you know what somebody's going through as far as oppression is concerned, as far as that is concerned. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of our people scattered, and a lot of our people do look like the other nations for the simple fact that they mixed in with them. You know, which I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use this as an example, JT. Right? There are a lot of, and you know this, right? In Spain and Portugal, right? When black people were getting their power taken over by the wild men, which the conquistadors were Negroes, right? But during the time of the 16 and 1700s, when they really started to get taken up out of power in Europe, it started and this is what the camps don't teach. It starts in the time of in the Renaissance period, right? It did start in the Renaissance period, but it didn't really start because they talk about 400 years of slavery. You know what I'm saying? As far as what we've been going through as far as now, but
now remember,
it didn't really take place until the 16, 17.
Yeah, I ain't cutting you off. Forgive me, man. We lost power in 3 provinces in Europe. That was Spain and Portugal and Italy. We had all the rest of Europe on lockdown because King James was born in 1566. Now, you know what they classify as the UK. He was the one that united those 4 provinces. So we still was ruling in the 1600s. Hell, we was ruling in certain parts of Europe into the 1800s.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Finish off. Sorry, I cut you off. I ain't cut you off.
Yeah. No. That's my point. That's my point. And I'm gonna bring everything full circle. But once again, you have those people that during the Irish Rebellion, they were kicking black people out of Ireland. Even around that time, that's where you get a lot of these what they like to say. The immigrants. Well, you know what they say? They say the immigrants were the white Irish. They didn't come until later. It was really the black Irish during the 1700s fleeing the persecution, coming over here to America, coming over here to the 13 colonies or America. All right. Now the point I'm getting at though with all this, right? There's been a lot of mixing. You know what I'm saying? With a lot of those people in Italy and a lot of those people in Spain, right? When the Caucasian got up in the rulership, and there is a certain percentage, like 20% of those people that are over there that live over there, a lot of those people go back to those original people. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm gonna say this: a lot of those people don't look exactly like the Negroes that were ruling during the 12th and 11th century, if you understand what I'm saying. So my whole thing is that not everybody that looks Negroid are related to Negroes based off their father's lineage. So, but go ahead, Isaac.
Excuse me. I just wanted to ask. Well, just say something real quick. Okay. Why does no one never explain how the Edomites got from Mount Seir to the Caucasus Mountains if they white people? I don't understand that. When did they migrate? You know what I'm saying? When did
the Caucasus Mountain?
Yeah, when did they migrate from mountain? When did they migrate from Mount Seir to Caucasus Mountains? Because if you look on I ain't gonna go into that, but I'm just saying, when did they migrate from?
Okay, well, let me. I'm gonna answer that, and I know Priest want to talk about it. Yeah, okay, there you go. Because they were getting pushed out. Originally, they were getting pushed out by all the nations, and they fled into the what they call was Mount Seir, because originally Mount Seir, and I did a video on this. I did a video on this. The original people that was dwelling in Mount Seir was fucking Canaan. Was a particular nation of Canaan. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were the Horites. Right.
The Horites. Yep. There you go. It's been a minute, but yeah, the Horites, right? Because when you go look at the Horites,
Edom was driven out of Seir sporadically through time, from the time that King David united all the tribes of Israel together, all the way up until the time of the Babylonian Wars. So it wasn't just one fell swoop; it was sporadic in time. You had certain you had certain tribes of Esau, like Amalek, the Agagites. They was always at constant war with Israel, mainly the house of Judah and the house of David. So when Jehoshaphat, when he became king, he made he pretty much made it his duty to drive out the rest of the Edomites, along with some of the Assyrians that tried to destroy the Sumerian borders in the tribe of Ephraim. Because even though the kingdoms were split, the kingdom of Ephraim and the kingdom of Judah still had somewhat of an alliance. But the Most High, he cut that alliance because, of course, the northern kingdom refused to repent. And then that's when the Egyptians came in and took out King Josiah. So it's, it's it's a lot of history between the time of David to the time of Nebuchadnezzar. You're talking about almost a 400, 500 year um, gap of consistent battles and wars.
Yeah. Let me just ask
and let me real quick, and we want to finish that answer to that question because in the second part is when did they go into the Caucasus Mountains? See, what happened was during the time because they eventually they got out of Mount Seir and they came into the land of Javan, which is I believe Italy. Or so they got into the places where the
Chittim would be Italy.
Okay, Chittim would be Italy. Okay, so and I think Java might be Greece, but regardless, so they got into those provinces as far as the the Greek provinces, and they ended up overthrowing those people like what was it, the Athenians and the Spartans, which they were all so-called black. But the point I'm saying is that the Greek Empire that they talk about today was only the Seleucid Empire that took over that land, which were Edomites, and eventually Rome got taken over by the Edomites as well, which Rome is during the imperial age. So what happened was during that time, going all the way up to I think maybe 180, 170 something AD is when they started to lose power, and it just got completely taken over by certain Israelites.
193.
Yeah,
Rome fell in
193. Yeah, 193. But the thing is, prior to that, there were still black emperors like Marcus Aurelius that were coming up in there. Then when Septimius Severus fully took it over, it became a rulership of emperors during the Severus dynasty. So a lot of them got pushed out into the Caucasus Mountain, which is in Russia. I think the Russian steppe or something like that.
Yeah. So let me ask you, so out of Noah's 3 sons, which one does Gog and Magog come out of Noah's 3 sons?
They come out of Japheth.
Japheth.
Okay, wait, hold on one second. Let me just add to that. Okay, if they come out of Japheth, okay, so who is Gog and Magog right now?
That's Esau.
Yeah, there you go.
The Russians.
Gog and Magog, one I think is Russia and Iran.
Yep. Right. Those are those are the lands.
Well, Gog and Magog. Oh, go ahead.
Actually, Gog. Gog is like the chief house of Magog. You know what I'm saying? They like what the house of David is to the tribe of Judah. Okay, Magog, the land. That's Esau, the Russians, Putin, and all of them. That's Esau right there. That was part of that conquest with them conquering Europe like that. And how they actually got into Chittim is started by Zepho. Y'all remember Esau's grandson, right? Zepho.
Yes.
Yeah, Zepho. Pronounce it. He was the first one because what it is, he was trying to get to us down in Egypt when we were still down in Egypt. He was trying to get to us. So he's trying to make all these alliances with all these different people, in order so he'll be able to try to sack Egypt. But Egypt was too strong at the time, and They couldn't get to us. But that was his whole life mission, was to try and get to us. You know, him and Amalek both. You know, they were both brothers. They were, they were close. Okay.
So
Now,
God,
what happened was when
God is the Russians. So God is the Russians.
No, the Russians today are Esau. You know, the Russians today are Edomites. That's that. You know,
Yeah, they're Esau.
that's the land. That's the land, but that's not the people.
So when you go into different so it's like this, right? When you go into different times in the scriptures, when it's referring to something in the past or referring to lineage, it'll be referring to those specific people in that time in that land. Other times when it's prophetic, right? Just like how you deal with Babylon, they say the virgin daughter of Babylon or mystery Babylon. That's not talking about the Babylonians of that time period. That's talking about a future Babylon, a future Babylonian, which would be America today and people that dwell in America today. All right. And of course, America being, the pretty much a science experiment that's used to influence the world. You know, people have been Americanized just like everywhere else. But as far as Gog and Magog, like the brother was saying, they're the original people that were named Gog and Magog are from Japhet. They're Japhetic people. But the ones today, in this land today, are Esau based off of prophecy.
Yeah.
Con, I think the brother Isaac had a question for Tarap too before he cut off. Salakia.
Oh yeah.
I got four quick questions I wanted to ask real quick, if you don't mind, if that's okay. The first question is, thank you, I appreciate that. The question I wanted to ask is, who pays the lease or the rent for the school building and the utilities?
The men pay for that. Like, say for instance, you got when you ain't got an actual school at every place, you know, because a lot of time people teaching classes at libraries and things like that. But in the place, like say for instance, I'm gonna give the instance of Chicago. Chicago got about 25 dudes, you know, and all of these dudes pitch in to pay the bill. Generally, a lot of them ain't got to pay a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? They got some pretty decent, some people got some pretty decent jobs, you know, pretty decent slaveries in Chicago. They all pitch in and pay that bill for the building, you know. And it's
so let me ask,
same place in every state. Huh?
These brothers that's pitching in, paying this money for rent and utilities, I mean, can they use that as a tax write-off or something?
Hell no. If any tax write-off goes, it go to the Yahana them. Hell, that's what, like I was saying earlier, they don't want you empowered yourself. They want to, you know, you got to keep a slave weak. You know what I'm saying? That's when, you know, you take all the power yourself, but you take all the power that little bit of power he had before he even came into school, you strip that from him.
Yeah, he gave a perfect example of that before about the clothing. Remember, you said that you guys are trying to give the clothing to the association, to the Goodwill, right. And then the general said, "Don't do that."
Right. Yeah, General Mahayman was pissed about that. Donate all your clothes to the Isupk. He's coming out with that old UPK patriotic stuff, you know. And was shaming people into trying to empower themselves a little bit.
So basically, you're saying they want to take that tax break away from you, man.
Right, exactly. To keep you weak.
Yeah, because they had they just had a clothes giveaway. They just had a clothes giveaway in New York to all these migrants, these people coming from South America and Mexico and Venezuela and all these places. And I don't see them discriminating, questioning them, their lineage or nothing. But when it comes to people from Africa, oh, you're a Hamite. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. That's hypocrisy.
Hey, yo, let me say something quick after you're done. Check this out. Can I say something quick? And I'll let the next man get in. Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
Check this out. Who lost the knowledge of being Israel is us over here. A lot of our people still over there knew they was Israel before we knew over here. All right. So you can't question them. They could question us. You dig what I'm saying? And another thing like another thing with your hunter, man. Yo, look, your hunter is a great manipulator. The nigga's a great actor, bro. He's on the level of Denzel Washington. You can see that the way the nigga talk. But I'm gonna let people know.
Oh yeah.
Anybody following his ass, you gonna die with him. Cause I'm gonna say this too. Even though the Lord ain't stepped to him yet, he gonna. All of these men gonna get stepped to for the lies they teaching and the lives they destroying. You know what I'm saying? Now, was you in the school? How long you left? When you left though?
Talking about me?
Who, me?
Yeah, I'd left. I'd left December the 17th, 2022.
Oh, okay. So you wasn't there when all that stuff went off with them Palestinians when they fought that camp. Was that
no?
Isupk?
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't there. I did a live about it though. You know, pretty much. You know, showing how Kaposh and them blow every damn thing out of proportion. You know. Yeah, I did a Facebook live concerning that. Yeah.
Now, one more question. I want to ask you. Remember when did you hear the tape where remember when Will Smith smacked Chris Rock and Hyman was saying oh, Chris Rock, you should go do his wife.
Right.
What was your stance on that? What you thought about in your mind when that overweight fat nigga said that?
When I very first seen it, I was trying to kind of rationalize it. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, I was still under the Kool-Aid a bit at the time when he very first said that. You know, because so now the way that I was rationalizing is that at first I was thinking, okay, well maybe he's actually saying since Jada Pinkett is a whore that she's not really Will Smith's wife. But at the same time though, if a man called a woman his wife, she called him her husband. That's what that is. You know what I'm saying? But what Muhammad actually did, he actually pointed out who he really is. For real. He pointed out who he really is when he said that Chris.
On the real tip, I'm gonna tell you something. That nigga's straight gay. I'm telling you.
Right.
The way that nigga act and the way that nigga talk. Some of the shit he say, that's some shit some homosexual would say. I'm keeping it running with you. I'm real. He ain't no yo, dude. On that same tape, he was telling people where the best drugs is in Philadelphia. How would you know, nigga?
He knows.
Because he probably on it. Thank you.
Yeah. I heard they used to call him Crack Muhammad. That's what I heard. I heard that they caught him smoking crack in the back of the old Philly school.
Whoa. What?
Yeah.
You serious?
Somebody said that they caught him smoking crack. More than one person said this. That they caught him
wonder this nigga know
smoking crack in the back of the Philly school.
Damn.
And they was calling him Crack Muhammad.
Hey, you scoff something and I say shit else to me, man. This is in the mouth of 5-6 witnesses. I said this 2 years ago. Come on, man. This is crazy.
Yo, I wouldn't doubt that nigga. Yo, I wouldn't doubt that nigga be going to Kensington, a part of Philly, and he was probably doing it up with them people over there. I wouldn't doubt that shit for a minute. You understand what I'm saying?
And he said in one of his classes, he said cocaine is still just as delicious today as it was back when we was in the world. Really? Whoa. He knows this. Huh? He said it in one of his classes. Yeah, he said it. He said a lot of messed up stuff over the years. But see, when you're beyond reproach, you bolder to say anything at that point when you're beyond reproach. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know that there were certain men in the school, man, that was beyond reproach, like Aria? You couldn't approach it, nigga. The elder I'm gonna put you on the phone with tomorrow morning. And Gad will tell you, he told us some shit that went on up in there that I didn't know, man. You know what I'm saying? And he was part of that rim. And your hunter ain't got no business saying shit because he was not part of that rim. That he was not no number 8 man in the school. That's a lie. That nigga is a liar till he died.
He ain't even a general.
General, yo, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let him get back. When you look at them ranks, be real with it.
Right.
When you're an officer of 50, right? 50 men supposed to be under you. You command over. Am I correct?
Right.
According at 100, you're supposed to have 100 men. Now, in your school, there was many men that had ranks of 50, ranks of 100, ranks of 1,000, 5,000. Neither one of those men had no amount of men under them like that. None.
Right. True. That. Yeah, that's very true. And see, here's the thing. This is the logic that they use right here. They say, oh, well, you don't have the men now, but when Christ comes and the kingdom comes and the whole nation is gathered to the ISUPK, then if you're an officer of 50, then you'll be over 50 men. Then that's the way that they rationalize that.
No, it ain't gonna be no shit like that.
No, it's
ain't gonna be no ranks, bro. Yeah, and hey, them niggas is delusional, man. They ain't gonna be no man in the kingdom with no goddamn title, no ranks. The 12 apostles gonna have their role. The 104, I'll let you get it. 144,000, and men like David and Solomon and Moses. That's it. Other us or that lower tier, we just gonna be regular guys. Point blank period. Them niggas is lying to everybody, bro. Lying to their teeth. And I want the Most High to step to their ass tonight. Dig what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna say this too. I'm glad. I'm gonna give you one more. I'm happy that you got the hell out of there and seen through that bullshit, man. I'm happy that you got out of there, man, because a lot of our people gonna die with them niggas too. You understand? They're gonna die with them. That's the sad part. Because if you believe a lie, the liar gonna get blamed, and the one that believed that shit gonna get blamed.
Right.
That's right. That's that Romans 132.
Right. Yeah. I got another. Are you familiar with a brother named Captain Yatazak out of Texas?
Yeah, I'm familiar with him. I never really knew him like that. But I mean, I heard bad things about him, you know. I never really knew him myself. You know, I know him, I know his face and everything, you know. But I don't really know him, but I have heard bad things about him, though. I'm just saying. I mean, I was hearing these things recently.
Like what?
Let me see. It's from. I think he used to be the captain over. I think he was the captain over Virginia. You know, at one point too, if he still is. But it's a brother there, you know, named, you know, is a guy, Texas. Yatazak in Texas. But I think it is the same Yatazak that was a captain over Virginia too, though, because you got Captain Kahan. He's the captain over Texas. But see, even though right. So he's got to be the captain of something else, though. You know what I'm saying? Because every captain is supposed to have a city, you know what I'm saying, a city or something under them, and the men report. You know, you don't always have to live in that city. Just like I was the camp leader of Kentucky, but I was living in Indianapolis.
Right. He has a zone. He runs like San Antonio, Austin, Houston, and all of that.
Right. He's like you said, he's probably the second in command, but he's actually the captain over Virginia, though. And he has some guys. This guy is not with the school no more. His name is Kadak. You know, some of y'all might be friends with him on Facebook. Kadak Fires. You know,
I ain't never heard him.
Yeah, he said it. He was just a trooper, but he's been around for a lot of years, and he's out of their school now. He has a brother that's an officer of 50, and those dudes were under Yatazak. You know.
Yo, can I ask you something? When you look at your hunter claiming to be a 13 shield general, right? I'm gonna ask a question. If you've been in the white man military Do you know how long it takes to get to any rank? You understand what I'm saying?
Right. It
Like
takes a long
a
time.
general.
Yeah. You gotta
A
be
general,
old,
that's
man. Like
shit. That could
right.
be shit. You gonna be that could be 50, that could be 30 years, 25 years, bro.
That's a lifetime.
Yeah, probably
You
longer
understand
than
what I'm
that.
saying?
Yeah. I
Hell
think
yeah.
longer than that. Because every
But
time you
check this
see
out.
it.
But check this out. One more. When you claiming a rank like that, right? 13 shield, general,
Right.
all these extravagant ranks. That mean your black ass can get in touch with the Most High. Because any of them generals in the white man's military, the Air Force, the Army, or the Marines, they can get in
Here's the
touch with the
thing.
president. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah,
The
right.
big boy, the chief
Right. But
in
see,
charge.
here's the
That'd be
thing.
stupid.
Yeah,
When you
Right.
calling yourself a rank of that level, of title of that level, you're supposed to be able to get in touch with the Father and and get the Father to do what you want him to do on this planet, which none of you niggas can do. So stop this shit. Go
And
ahead.
see, and not only that, but see, here's the thing. So if you can't get in touch with the Father, just like the Most High never spoke to King David personally, he would send a prophet. There is no prophet sent to Johanna to say nothing. You know what I'm saying? And he does not have
And
access to the
check
Most
it
High
out. You
like
just
that.
made some when the Most High had prophets of old who he used to anoint men in certain positions. Those men ain't walking around no goddamn more. Niggas just
Right.
self-appointing themselves.
Right. And
You
that's
dig what I'm
right.
saying?
That's what Johanna's
They
doing.
self-appointing
Johanna,
themselves.
right. Johanna, he's giving himself every shield that he got. You know what I'm saying? You know, he say
The
that he
false
got his generalship from Lahab, that Lahab gave him that. I heard him say that. But all of his, shields and all of that stuff, he's
Lahu,
giving himself that stuff.
first and foremost, check it out. The nigga's a liar because number one, Lahab left the school in 1994. See, that nigga a liar, bro. Lahab
Right,
left the
right,
school in March of 1994. I was there. Okay. Now, how the hell the hunter gonna anoint him the 13 shield general? In 94, no nigga was being called no goddamn 13 shield. 5
right.
shield general was the highest rank in the school for the men, and like 6 shield for men like Kazak was being called that shit. That nigga's a liar again, bro. He a liar.
And then,
Hey, JT,
right,
JT, right? Real quick, let's brainstorm that, right? Like, cause remember we talked about the Rosicrucians coming up into the school and giving motherfuckers payouts, right? Well, you just mentioned a number that is associated with the occult. 13.
right.
Why the fuck is 13? Shouldn't it stop at 12? 12 tries, right? Why the fuck is it not stopping at 12 and it's 13 shields?
Right.
Telling you, man.
That 13 shield shit didn't come around until about 96 or 95 in that area. Time frame. That shit
That's
was not around
pride, man. That's
1994. Yeah. Not no 94 because Lahab was gone. Lahab left the school around late February or March of 94. Okay? That nigga telling you a lie again.
Okay. This was around, but see, this is when around the time when the Rosicrucians gave niggas deals.
Right.
Oh yeah.
It was around that time. so then that shit turned into 13 shield nigga. Oh.
In the white man military, it's only 4 or 5 star, right? 4 or 5 stars.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. 5-star general. That's the highest he go.
Yeah.
I look at some
of these
guys. I look at some of these guys in ISUPK, and it seems like they under some kind of spell or something. Like they zombies or something. Like they just like
they really are.
I mean, they love to be.
Now, when you look at cock-a-doodle-doo, you know who I'm talking about? Cock-a-doodle-doo?
You be Kadaza.
Yeah. Do you look at him and think that you think he an Israelite? I mean, really? Now, I'm not saying you personally. Do you see Israelite in him? Because I damn sure
From
don't.
the way that he looked, I mean, his mama's Italian and his dad's a Puerto Rican. You know, I mean, the brother's got some knowledge and everything. But see, here's the thing. I mean, there's plenty of them that's suspect in there. I know one that's even more suspect than him. Is that dude Monterey, the redhead dude? That dude
I would
right
put
there.
Tazariak on that list too. I would put Tazariak on that list too.
Wait. So Katazar's so his father's Italian?
No, his father's Puerto Rican. His mother's Italian.
Okay,
but his father ain't no black Puerto Rican though.
But here's the thing though.
Father ain't no black Puerto Rican.
There was a guy named Esau. Esau's the devil, right? There was a guy that did a video, right? This dude did a video, Esau's devil. He said that he showed a picture of this dude's father. Now I've seen many Puerto Ricans.
I seen it.
That motherfucker doesn't look. He don't look like no poor. He looked like a goddamn Jewish man, bro.
Oh, what you got to think?
Now I don't know. Look like Rosenberg dude, I think.
Bob Marley looked like
or something.
Bob Marley looked like a straight Benjamite, but he's an Edomite.
Oh yeah, I don't know if y'all seen too. Pastor Dowell, it just came out that his dad's an Edomite.
Yeah. Yep. Saw that.
Say what?
Yeah, Pastor Dowell.
Talk about Bob Marley. Pastor Dowell.
He's an Edomite.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you know.
Well, nigga, he needs to shut his mouth up now.
Yeah, they got people. Barry Gordy, Motown. He Esau too.
Really?
Yeah, he's an Edomite.
Barry Gordy.
I heard about that.
Yeah,
I heard
Barry Gordy's an Edomite. So you got Edomites that look like niggas. I mean, hell, who the hell would have thought Bob Marley would be? It took me a minute to wrap my head around that one. But when I seen his father, and I seen that, the T-zone by the eyes and all of that, his face and all of that, he took on majority of his mother's features and everything. But his daddy is still a white man out of England.
Noble Marley.
Well, shit,
yeah,
man.
Look at Damian Marley. Look at Damian Marley. Yeah. Louis Farrakhan. Look at Damian Marley. Damian Marley, you think he a straight up nigga?
Farrakhan? How about add Farrakhan to that list too?
Right. Then you got to look at Harry Belafonte, which you can see it in him and his children. And these were dudes that was all in the black movement, right?
Right.
Huey Newton was Esau too.
Yes, he was. Yep. And he was the main, and he was a fucking FBI federal agent, man.
Right. Remember the boxer Andre Ward?
Andre Ward. Yeah, his father's Irish.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Right.
Now I will say this. I will say this with Andre Ward though. If his father ain't a nigga Irish from so far back, that could
his
be
father
it.
White,
but his father is white.
His father a white man, a straight up Patty, a Mick.
You mean Patty Wigger? I called him a Patty Wigger.
You know what I'm saying? Patty whacked his black mama and had him.
Now I will say this though, on the flip side though, let's since to be consistent, who's a deep dark nigga going back generations upon generations is Arnold Schwarzenegger, and his last name gives it away because Schwartz.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's a white man.
Well,
brother.
If you go back and look at
black names, you got white people with the last name Black.
But when we check it out, I say this quick, all of these surnames that we think are white are actually ours. When we ruled Europe, Taylor, Smith, all of that shit is nigga names. When we fell, the white man stole our shit.
Right.
That's all.
That's how you got.
But here's the thing though,
and all of that.
But here's the thing though. I looked at his dad, and I remember I forgot who brought this information. Now this was back in 2017 when I found this out. But if you go look at his daddy, man, I don't know what his grandfather looked like, but his daddy don't look like no. He kind of look white, but you see some nigga features on him, bro. And
see, here's one thing though: white people don't just come in one shade. You know what I'm saying? Majority of white people,
they different shades of red.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Going all the way from a deep red and a pink.
Right. Going all the way.
Almost like, yeah.
But I'm gonna say this
going all the way. Remember, y'all familiar with I know y'all know about like The Godfather, right?
Marlon Brando.
Yeah, you talking about The Godfather series? Yeah.
Yeah, the movie. Yeah.
No, Godfather the movie.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Now remember Peter Clemenza? Right.
Yeah, Clemenza.
Remember Peter Clemenza? Look how dark he was. That's a white man still. They go ranging from
we ruled Sicily.
Well,
I'm gonna say hundreds of years.
Well, I'm gonna say this though, brother. Hey, but here's the thing though, and I'm gonna say this though. People, and there's a lot of people that do know this that are not in the knowledge, because I've heard them talk about this years ago before I came into the knowledge about some of the people from Sicily and certain. And really, you got to deal with a lot of Europe, especially in Eastern Europe. Especially when you start seeing these names, these last names and whatnot. A lot of those Sicilians, and I've spoken to a couple of them too, and they know because their grandfathers know that their great grandfathers are go back. They'll say more, but we know that's talking about black people, and they admit that, and some of them will admit it. Some of them won't, but some of the ones I've spoken to, they
admitted their shit. Remember in that movie? It was a movie that I forgot what was in it.
It's True Romance.
I know what you're talking about. Christopher Walken.
Remember when he said that shit?
Right.
To Christopher Walken.
But see, here's the thing, though. The Romans were dark. They wasn't running around with these blonde hair, blue eyed dudes all the time. The blonde hair and blue eyes is recessive, is extreme recessive. Every man, the most high made man with the melanin in his skin. Now, blonde hair, blue eye, that's just like Polish people. You know what I'm saying? And when Esau had children and everything, all these children had his spirit, but they took on different physical characteristics. Just like you got people from Bosnia, they all got this big ass nose. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the Jewish people looked a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Like times they have thick eyebrows, things like that, real slimy type of look and everything. And just like then you have the Russians and everything. They got the strong looking faces and all that kind of stuff. These families took on different characteristics, all the same spirit, though. They took on different physical characteristics, just like the French, and all of the Portugal, Spain. These were dark people that came over and conquered, down in South America and all that, and it was enslaving us. That ain't the spirit of no Negroes. There's a spirit of white men.
But here's the thing, though, but watch this though, right? But see, here's the thing on this, and this is something that a lot of history has been distorted. A lot of those conquistadors were black men. A lot of those, and a lot of the people that came with what's old dude's name, Christopher Columbus. And the jury's out on Christopher Columbus because he was commissioned by two black people, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. King Ferdinand II and Queen Isabella? Those two were black. So we have to question, and that's in Jay, what's his name? Jay Rogers confirmed that. And let me tell you, he came over with. Go ahead.
I heard that story about him being black.
Let me.
I heard he got a statue in Florida.
You had brothers that was, when Christopher in Spain, just like the brother said, you had the tribe of Judah in Spain, right? Spain and Portugal. Right.
That's my people.
Okay. Yeah. So now you got Christopher Columbus that came from Spain, but he had to have, why he had to have a black man with him? Right. Well, okay. Well, but at the same time, though, I mean, hell, they're the same damn people. You know what I'm saying? They just spread out. and went into different countries as they populated and everything. That's why they speak Latin, you know, all of that. But see, you know, Christopher Columbus had to have black men with him. You know why? Because those black men still could speak Hebrew, and they were actually, they needed them to communicate with the native Indians, because at the time the native Indians were still speaking Hebrew.
Yeah, but there's another thing too. They're saying too that Christopher Columbus wasn't white. They were saying that he was black.
Man, that man was a goddamn cracker, man. You know what I'm saying? Look at the spirit of what they've done. The Spanish Inquisition.
But okay. Well, but here's the thing, though, brother.
The Spanish Inquisition was started by Negroes, bro. We started that shit.
Right.
And I don't know why we want to. I don't know why we want to take the credit for that. These people were known for torturing and killing people. That's a spirit of the devil. That's not. But
brother, our people were doing. But here's the thing, though. Let me hit you with something real quick, right? I understand why you're saying that, because that's not in our spirit naturally to do that. But I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of these mystery school systems that we see now, the occult, well, shit, that shit was brought up with the Jesuit, the original Jesuits, the original Vatican, in the Templar Knights. Those guys brought that shit around, and those were black men. The Templar Knights were fucking tribe of Levi. Now I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. The torture techniques that they did on the black people in slavery were the same torture techniques they took from medieval Europe. And the reason why they did that to our people, because when they were slaves unto us, right? The same things that they did to us in slavery were being done to them during that time. So all I'm saying is that
you know what's a perfect example of that too, that Alam was bringing out a while ago. He did it on his channel about when the Benjamites went to war with the own Israelites against each other. Remember, it was the Judites and it was the Northern Kingdom versus the Benjamites.
Brother, that's a war, and there's rules in a war.
Yeah, but not in that war. We didn't sound on that, brother. You know what I'm saying? We've been fighting against each other since the beginning, brother.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, though. We had wars against one another, but there's always rules in war. The white man don't care about rules in war. That's his spirit right there, is not to give a damn about. You don't see nowhere where the Benjamites, where the tribes were torturing the Benjamites. You don't see that.
But,
you know what I'm saying?
Here's the thing:
when you go to war, you kill him, and then you also have to, be responsible for burying them and stuff like that too. And what did they do at the end of that war? They gave, because all the women was destroyed out of Benjamin. Am I wrong? Let me show you how they loved Benjamin. They took and gave the daughters, the daughters that came out to dance at Shiloh, and had every man to come out, run and go. You had 400 men left. They all ran out and grabbed them a wife or two to rebuild the tribe of Benjamin. That's the spirit of an Israelite.
I'll just read that the other day and judge it.
But now,
the spirit of Esau, would he do that?
But
you see what I'm saying? But see how it's different.
But I think that what the point Icron was bringing out was that Benjamin was doing foul shit to that woman, which caused that whole war to happen.
I get that. Now they was all being homosexual. I know what caused it and everything, but see here, that what I'm talking about is the spirit that was there with them. You know what I'm saying? They, the spirit is not, black men. We don't have the ability to just mightily oppress any people. We just jostle against one another. That's all we can do. You know what I'm saying?
Well, our people. Well, wait. Okay, if we know. Well, here's the thing, brother. I understand where you're coming from, but if we know that the people during the time of medieval Europe, whether it be the Celts, whether it be the British monarchs, they were oppressing people, and they were black as fuck. They, you know what I'm saying? Brother, our people wicked. Our people exceed the deeds of the wicked. Our people do the same thing. The whole point of this life, and Esau's evil as hell. Don't get it twisted. But they have not created nothing spiritual. They have not created nothing on this earth. The best thing that they've done against everybody else is deceived everybody. But as far as some of the things that has happened, I mean, if you go look at some of the things that someone like the King Henry VIII was doing, or Vlad the Impaler, which they're coming out now saying, yeah, they're admitting that these people were so-called Negro. Those people were wicked as hell, bro. I mean, they were.
But what I was going to say too, the point that I was going to get to too, is also the judgment that's coming. He's starting at the house of Israel, because we have he gave us all the blessings and everything, and all the promises. But at the same time, like the brother just brought out, our people are wicked as fuck. They're actually more wicked than the heathen, if you look at it.
We can't, in reality, no, we can't be more wicked than the heathen, because look what the heathens are doing right now. They get ready to kick off World War III, and they get ready to slaughter in mass numbers.
Listen, so why did we fall? We fell because we wanted to be like
us black people can't kill thousands of anything. We can't even get rid of the goddamn roaches.
We ain't got the technology to kill millions of people, bro.
Right, exactly. So where does this technology comes from? That not only technology, but resources. You can have the technology, but if you ain't got the materials it take to make the stuff, we always been at the short end of the stick when it comes to weaponry. Look at what we went through. You hear me?
Yeah. Let me ask you.
Look at what we went through during the time of Samson and all of that.
You got it, Isaac. Just let him finish off, Isaac, and then go ahead. Go ahead, Tarap.
Okay. Now you look at Italy, France, and all of that. All of these stuff have highly functional militaries. We ain't got none. You know what I'm saying? They got highly functional militaries. They have the best, the best weaponry, and they're competing with the whole rest of the damn world. But guess who don't have all of that? Israel. Israel don't have that. And it's fun. Remember when we go into Revelations, when they talk about the beast that extends from the bottomless pit. Now, a beast has to do with a kingdom, and black people are not running that kingdom. This is, this is during the time of the medieval times, during the time of the wars of the Moors and the Christendom.
Did you know that there's also behind the Illuminati, behind the higher ups, there's black nobility that's actually in power behind those people? Did you know that?
What did they do with that black nobility? They killed. That's why they had the wars of Moor and Christendom. They killed them and put the other ones in slavery.
Yeah,
not from what's coming out, brother. Not from what's coming out.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Right?
Anything.
But
right now.
Well, no. Listen, Edom is control. Okay, listen, real quick. Let me just say something, right, brother. Esau is definitely ruling the earth right now. That's according to biblical prophecy. All that's being said is that the mystery school system that they're using is not, they didn't create. And all I'm saying is that the things that have been brought out into this earth, right, as far as oppression and whatnot, Esau didn't create oppression. Honestly, like, once again, what we did, the whole reason why we're in captivity and evil that came upon us is because of what our forefathers did with wicked. All right,
that's the whole purpose.
Oh, I mean, no. Well, there was oppression going. No. I'm saying as far as what was going on, no, I'm not saying that they created oppression as far as the first people on earth, because we weren't the first people on earth. All right, but then again, I mean, shit, we want to go all the way to the time of Adam, but regardless,
we ain't even got to go back that far. Yeah. We can just go back to the time of Nimrod.
Can I ask you a question about Adam?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
This question really is for everybody. So when you read Genesis chapter 1 and verse 26, and it talks about how God made man and woman, and then you read in Genesis chapter 2 and verse 7, and it talks about how I made man from the dust of the ground. So I'm asking, the question I want to ask is what happened in chapter 1 and chapter 2? Is that like two different things, or is it the same thing?
It's two different things, because what it is, it said man and woman, right? Was created on the first day. All right. And then after, and it's the reason why there's a distinction right there, right? Because even when you deal with the creatures, it tells you specifically when all creatures were created. This fish of the creatures of the sea, the creatures of the land, right?
Right.
Why is there a distinction between man and woman? But then you see Adam and Eve created in the very next chapter. See that?
Okay.
Well,
So the point is,
Can I-
so the point
from my
is that
understanding,
when go ahead.
yeah, sorry about that. Don't mean to talk over nobody. From my understanding, when you read Genesis chapter 2
No.
and 7, it's like a recap or giving more information and more understanding of what happened in chapter 1. It's the
Right.
I think it's the same. It's the same
It's
thing.
the
It's
same.
not talking about different things.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah,
Well,
yeah, that's
well,
true.
here-
Because
well, here's the thing, though. Okay.
Go ahead.
Here's what I want to say. Here's what I want to say about it, because I mean, there can be an argument made, but as far as when it says, "In the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostril the breath of life, and man became a living soul," right? That's literally that right there is making a distinction between that man in that verse versus the men and women that was created in that particular time, right? And that's why it says, "And the Lord planted a garden eastward in Edom, and there put the men whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight," and it's speaking of men, "and good for food, and the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree knowledge of good and evil." All right. So let me skip down. Trying to see if there was another part. Okay, so okay, right here. Okay, verse 19. "And out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof."
Yeah.
the brother.
Well, from my
Maybe I'm
understanding,
skipping a part. 1 second. Go ahead.
from my understanding and the way I read and comprehend it, Genesis chapter 2 is a recap or further explaining what occurred in chapter 1. It's not two
Right.
different separate things.
Right.
What you about to
If
say?
I could.
I want to hear. Go ahead.
If I could. First, the Lord tells you what he did. And then, like you said, in the second chapter, he
Right.
tells you how he did it, what he made it from. First, God, when God created man, he didn't say how he did it in the first chapter. But when you go to 2, now it's like, oh, so not only did he make man, but he did it like this.
Right. So me and you on the same page.
Right.
So it's not.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's not what I say. So it's not what ISUPK say. They say that in chapter 1 they made man and woman, and then in chapter 2 he took a certain man from the people that he made in chapter 1, and that's how we got Adam.
Right. I
not
never
that.
agreed with that.
Not that.
I never
You know
thought
what?
It's not
That
right.
might sound better. You know what? I mean, I'm gonna be
Not
honest.
that.
That might sound a little bit better, because if he took one man, which that man would be Adam, and then you have the other nation, then the other. Okay, that would make sense, because he probably took one man out of the fold and put on the breath of life and made him Adam, as far as, but not making the other nations as Adam, something like that.
But then you got to think about it too.
That would make sense.
Where's the record of the other nations?
That same man that he's talking about in Genesis 2 and 7 is that same man that he's talking about in Genesis 1 and 26.
Right.
It's
Right.
All Genesis,
But here's the
all
thing,
Genesis chapter 2 is further explaining chapter 1. That's all it's doing.
But here's the thing though, right? You'd have to ask this question about Cain. Why? Okay, so when he killed Abel, and he was put on, the Most High put a mark on him, right? So question would be, who would he be afraid of if those were the only people that were created at that time?
Do you know who ended up killing him? You know who ended up killing Cain?
No.
You know, I'm asking you the question because I'm going to give the answer, which will answer your question. He was afraid of his own
Yeah,
children
but I
killing
mean,
him.
oh,
He,
okay.
he will be.
Are you
He's
so
afraid of his
wait? Is
own.
that
Yeah,
go ahead.
Cain lived to be like 600 years. Men were living a long time back then. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Men were living. Think about it, you got to look how long men were living. And you say if you was living back then and you had your wives and everything, and you produced a whole lot of children, by the time you get 800 years old, how many children you gonna have? Thousands of children out there. He was afraid of his own children killing him, and that's what ended up happening. He got killed by Lamech. Cain was killed. Remember Lamech?
Okay,
His
yeah, he did.
Cain? Yeah, he got killed by Lamech. His spirit came true.
ISUPK, they got a whole doctrine about all this stuff we talking about. Genesis chapter 1 to Genesis chapter. They got a whole doctrine. They
Oh yeah,
they claiming that in chapter.
But they
They
have no
saying that
proof.
they
That's the thing
Oh
about it.
no, let me just say this: the whole, but most of these guys teach that though. That's not just ISPK.
Well, but they come out of the same, out of the same corridor.
Yeah, one West.
And here's the thing. Yeah, but here's the thing though. They don't have no biblical proof. So if they sitting there trying to sell this to somebody that knows a bit about the Bible, the scriptures say prove all things. You got to be able to go into that Bible and show where's the records of these people at? Where are their acts at? Why do the acts only go from Adam on? You got to still, there's still people, you know what I'm saying, on, if there was people on the earth, they had to do things. Who was Adam and Eve? Who was Adam and Eve's mother and father? Nobody knows. So,
but
right,
okay.
that's a good point.
Now here's my question. Here's the thing though, right? We're having a discussion about this, right? Now, okay, then my question would be, what is the then who's the serpent in the garden?
Well,
because we could say, because is that a nation or is that Satan himself? Is the question.
Actually, it was Satan himself.
Okay.
Satan
I'm just saying that I could definitely, which serpent could just, it's just a metaphor. It could have just been, him coming into it. But the point is, the point I'm getting at though, right, is that then, okay, if that was then, right, so if that was Satan that seduced Eve to eat of the knowledge tree of the knowledge of the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, right, which is to take on take on the doctrine that's contrary to the Most High's doctrine, right? Then
right.
Okay, mate. No, I'm just thinking on it.
Right. Okay. Here's the thing. Okay, when the Most High, made also one thing that we got to do a lot of the times, we got to get in them lost books, because the lost books, dots the I's and cross the T's to a whole lot of things that we have questions to. Now, what is, shoot, you got the Forgotten Books of Eden. That's a good one. Forgotten Books of Eden.
I have.
That right there explains a lot. Now,
but I'm gonna just say this: but a lot of these books, though, and here's the thing about a lot of these books, though, right? A lot of these books are forgeries, and a lot of them are not the actual books that were canonical to the actual books that were referenced in the scriptures.
That's true. Just like the Legends of the Jews was printed by Louis Ginsburg. But see, here's the thing. You got to compare spiritual things with spiritual things. You can be able to see the spirit of something that is being written, and you can see the BS also. Because see, they have to change something.
Can I bring out a scripture? Ready? Can I read it?
Yeah.
Okay. John chapter 8, verse 44. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning. Who is that he when it says he was a murderer from the beginning?
It's talking about Cain.
But that's actually yeah, that's talking about actually.
So when it says
right, that's also
about,
manifold.
Yeah, that's talking about Cain.
Right. It's manifold also.
No, because it's talking about
Cain.
It's talking about the devil. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he's speaking a lie, he's speaking of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it.
We are a lot of time we also we got to think manifold, because devil means deceiver. You know how somebody will say, yeah, man, don't trust that nigga. What did they say about Johanna? Johanna's a devil. Didn't they say that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? A devil could also be a man. That's why they think about it. The child of the devil is what? A devil himself.
Esau, man.
Right, exactly. It's manifold.
I think a lot of people need to work on their reading comprehension skills.
Yeah,
Me included.
It's manifold.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I've been trying to better myself with my reading and comprehension, and understanding what I'm reading, because when I read John 8:44, this is not at all talking about Cain, and I bet anything on that. It's not talking about Cain.
Well, Cain. But here's the thing, though. But here's the thing, though, brother. When you read it, it says you're of your father, the devil, which is speaking of Satan, right? So it says the lust of your father. Right. The lust of your fathers. He will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and both not in the truth, right? So the point I'm saying is that when you look at that, it's also in reference to Cain, because Cain had the spirit of Satan on him too. You know what I'm saying? So the point of it, the point I'm saying is that
I was gonna put in there too. Also the spirits. Remember, back in those days, there was giants. So what happened to the spirits of the giants when they died? Here on earth, they became demons.
They became demons, powerful demons, right? And Rome, since they have spirit and have flesh, what it is, and since they have spirit and have flesh, the flesh dies like a man, but then that spirit goes on. You know what I'm saying? Because angels are spirit, man is flesh. The giants is a combination of both.
Yeah.
Like them powerful demons.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I mean, like them powerful demons and principalities and all of that stuff. These are like the spirits of those giants, because they live on. Because spirit can't die.
Wait. Giants of what though? Because when you read in the book of Genesis, the 6th chapter, because the scriptures talk about giants, but those giants were the men of that time period that were pretty much warlords that were conquering lands and whatnot.
No. When the sons of God came into the daughters of men, you know what I'm saying, and they bore children to them. Right? These when it says the sons of God, this is a direct creation. This ain't something that has to be born. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when they came into angels take on human body, they can change whatever shape they want to. Their spirit.
And you got to remember too, the third of the angels that fell too, they manipulated, DNA just like they're doing today.
But here's the thing, though, right? But here's the thing, though. When it comes to the angels are all in concordance with the Most High. Okay, so and it also says that
but not the ones that fell, bro.
But
angels, you remember third of angels.
Because
they have choice.
We're talking about fallen angels because the scriptures don't talk. It talks about fallen angels. When it talks about angels that fell, that's not talking about the actual angels. It's talking about.
But it said, but they were locked up in chains until the day of judgment.
Are you?
See what
which scripture are you talking about? Are you talking about which one?
That one was in Peter right there. Okay, Peter. That was Peter.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go there.
Okay, now that was
Okay. Let's go there. Let's go there just real quick because it's also reiterated in the book of Jude.
And when it said, "Loose the 4 angels that are bound in the river Euphrates," Why if they on God's side, why in the hell are they locked up?
Exactly. And
Yeah, I
listen,
mean,
and
yeah,
that's
well, yeah, because
and
the Most High,
Rayabya, look, like you said before, a lot of us believe differently. You know what I'm saying? That there's things that you might
yeah,
not believe as well as I do, just like the brother Alan or just like the brother Tarap. See, like me, I started studying the other books, just like the brother brought out, because you got to spit out the bones
yeah,
and take the milk.
Yeah, like
no,
for
I
example,
understand. No, it's understandable.
I thought for the longest time that the Amorites were sons of Canaan, but when I did some research, the Amorites have no lineage to those three sons. So where did they come from?
They
You
are
understand what I'm
Canaanite. The
saying? The
Amorites,
Amorites were the original giants.
their father is Amor, who is that's how they got the name Amorite.
Right.
Amor is a son of Canaan, just like the Hiavite. The Hiavite,
Okay.
Hivi, gave birth to Hori. Hori, the father of the Horites, had Seir. That's how you get the children of Seir. When you go into Genesis, and when it talks about the families of Canaan, the Amorite, it said, and the Amorite. It's plain as day in there.
Now, real quick, real quick. Wait. Let's deal with the Second Peter's real quick. So Second Peter's, because I'm gonna go through it. So this Second Peter's 2:1. We're gonna just go to we're gonna go all the way down to when it talks about the chain of darkness, right? So Second Peter's 2:1. But there were false prophets also among the people, even as there shall be false teachers among you, who privilege shall bring down with heresy, even denying the Lord that bought them, and bring upon themselves swift destruction. And many shall follow their pernicious ways, by reason of whom the way of truth shall be evil spoken of. And through covetousness shall they with vain words make merchandise of you, whose judgment of a long time lingereth not, in their damnation slumbereth not. For God spared not the angels that sin, but cast them down the hell and delivered them into the chain of darkness to be reserved unto judgment. So they're speaking specifically of, especially when you go back, when you read it in context, speaking of those people that sin, right? It's talking about messengers, talking about
it's talking about angels, though, brother.
It's not talking about
men.
It's not talking about little angels, because the Most High said
the
that
Catholic Church ain't bound into no chains. The Catholic Church is not bound in chains to the day of judgment. They ruling.
Yeah, we understand that. But here's the thing, though: there are wicked men that are reserved unto the day of judgment. So
yeah, but it said angels.
God spared not the angels that sin. Spared not the angels that sin, right? But cast them down to hell and deliver them into the chain of darkness, right? So the chain of darkness is speaking of where we're at right now. We're in the physical body right now, and this literally is the chain of darkness. Because I mean, right now we're not living in any form of heaven, right?
Okay.
To be reserved unto judgment. Spared not the old world, but saved Noah, a person, a preacher of righteousness, bringing the flood upon the world of ungodly.
Now, what was going on inside the old world, though? Just talking about
a lot of evil things.
Yeah, that's what you had. A vast majority of the giants there, right? You had the vast majority of the giants there. Okay, so now when you take the scripture that you read, you just read, and then you couple that with the scripture that's in Revelations, when it said loose the 4 angels that's bound in the river Euphrates. Ain't none of us bound in the river Euphrates.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. This is not in reference to those angels over there. It's talking about completely different angels, bro. Because
okay, so like it's just angels and not men, right? It's angels and not men,
angels
right?
Can literally be referenced as men. I mean,
we kind of fit in circles and squares here, brother.
No. I mean, I could bring out the scripture where it calls certain people angels, man. But the point I'm getting at is when you're dealing with those angels that are bound, like, so you have to understand something. The angels are governing the world. Like they control the left hand and the right hand side. It's like when King Ahab in the book of First Kings 21st chapter. What did you have? You had the angels on the right hand side, the left hand side, communing with each other
Right.
to see how Ahab will fall. So
what does the left hand side represent?
The left hand side represents Satan.
Right. So now if it's angels on the left hand side, what did the Lord say? He'll say to put the sheep on the right hand and the goats on the left.
Yes, yeah, that's the point.
So now you couple that what he said had angels on the spirits on the right, angels on the right side, and angels on the left. So now that's not talking about no men.
That's not
when
exactly
he had the council.
When in context they're talking about. The point I'm saying is that when you're reading
about evil angels, brother.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, brother. When you deal with it's like this. When you're dealing with certain scriptures, you have to also understand the context of the scripture itself. Because you could say angel right here, that doesn't necessarily mean an actual angel in a script in an actual angel or angelic being.
Look, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way, Rayabya. Is Satan an angel? Is Satan an angel? Okay, can Satan take a shape of a man?
Angels can take a shape of a man.
Okay, so Satan can take a shape of a man, right? So it's Satan evil, right? He's evil, right? Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Simple as that. Yeah, right. Satan himself took on another form. When you look at the lost books of Eden, Satan himself, look what he did in the Garden of Eden. In the lost books of Eden, he took on other images also.
Yeah, but
he came one time. He came as a young man, a handsome young man, and the next day, he came as a rich, well-respected older man.
And you make a solid point, Tarap. Over Revelations 13th chapter.
Can I bring out a quick?
Go ahead.
If you don't, can I read this?
Yeah.
Yes, there's like a horrible echo coming.
Can you hear me?
I think Rayabya might have to put that echo cancellation on.
No, that's not me.
That's not. So I want to read this real quick in the book of Job, chapter 9, verse 22 and 23. Starting at verse 22, says, "This one thing, therefore, I said, he destroyed the perfect and the wicked." What's that talking about? Who is that he in the verse right here?
Yeah, while you're talking, brother's got to go on mute because there's a horrible echo.
All right, I'll read it again. Job chapter 9, verse 22. "This is one thing, therefore I said it. He destroyed the perfect and the wicked." So who is that he in this verse right here?
Read that again.
Okay. Job chapter 9, verse 22. "This is one thing.
Hold that. Just I think that's your microphone, or there might be some background noise. Tarap.
Let me mute it. See if it'll stop.
Okay. Now go ahead. Go ahead. Like.
All right. Job chapter 9, starting at verse 22. I'm gonna read all the way to 23. "This is one thing, therefore I said it. He destroyed the perfect and the wicked." Who is that he mentioned here in this verse?
That's the Most High.
Right. Verse 23. "If the scourge slay suddenly, he would laugh at the trial of the innocent." Who is that he in this verse 23?
Yeah, speaking of the Most High.
Okay. Verse 24. "The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he?" So this verse 24, who is that he in this verse? Who is that? What's this going into?
Well, Yeah,
Like
well,
break
this is
it down.
talking about the hand. Yeah, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked, so it's talking about the wicked. It's talking about Satan and his children. Okay, and then physically, I mean, because you have Satan on, in the spiritual realm, and then you have the wicked that's on the earth.
So who is the he in verse 24? If not where and who is he?
I mean, yeah, I just answered it. Hit Satan and his children. And if not, where and who is he? If you want to talk about the Esau being the wicked, he is the wicked, and so is Satan.
So verse 22 and verse 23 is talking about the he in 22 and 23 is God, but the he in 24 is not.
I mean, if you want to say, well, the Most High creates evil, then yeah. I mean, I'm trying to understand what's the point.
The point I'm trying to make is, because people use this 9 and 24 like, with a doctrine and everything. But if you read the whole chapter, you could just start at verse 22 and it would tell you that it's talking about God. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. God covered the faces of the judges thereof. If not, who? And who is it? If it ain't God that's covering the faces of the judges, who's doing it? Because he's in
At the end of the day, at the end of the day, the Most High is good. He creates good. He creates evil. He's the Most High, does everything. The point is, though, when you read this, you can also equate to what's going on today, or equate it to any time period that you can think of. Because at the end of the day, the wicked controls the earth, because the Most High allows the wicked to control the earth. Because at the end of the day, it's the Most High. That's why King David said what he said. Protect me, O Most High. Was it Psalm 17 from the wicked, which is thy sword? So at the end of the day, you can say it's the Most High, but I mean, that sword has a name too.
Yeah, but I hear a lot of Israelites saying that that the he in verse 24 is the white man.
If I
I
could,
it's not the white man.
If I could,
you can use it. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. You can use it from that standpoint, but I mean, at the end of the day, the Most High, Most High creates it all. Because at the end of the day, you can say the Most. Listen,
mute your mic.
Yeah.
If I could,
wait,
if I could,
let me finish. Let me just finish.
Hold on, brothers got to mute their mics though.
Yeah, real quick. Let me go ahead and do it. Tarap, yeah. So, real quick, to answer that question, Isaac. So the point is that, okay, yeah, the Most High is good and evil, but at the same time, did he not create Satan to be the wicked on the earth? Yes. He also created Esau to be the wicked of the earth. That's also in the scriptures as well. So at the end of the day, the Most High allows these things to go on, but you have a mover and shaker there. So
right. The only point I was trying to make is that, I started at verse 22. I read all the way to 24. And in verse 24, the he is not the white man. The he is God. God is the one that's covering the faces of the judges. If it's not God that's doing it, then who is it? It's talking about God. It's not talking about the white man. That's all I was saying. And if you don't mind, I just got one more precept I want to bring out, because like I said, I just read and comprehend. That's what I do. I mean, but I just want to read this quick verse real quick. Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God had chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. So when I read this part right here and it says above all people, you got people saying that we above all people. God put us above all people. But when it says that above all people, all it's saying is that he chose the Israelites above all people, meaning rather than or instead of other people. It's not saying that you above everybody else, you're better than everybody else. It's just saying that instead of the other people, he chose the Israelites instead of everybody else, or rather than everybody else. Would you agree with that?
Khan.
I mean, yeah, I mean, but I mean, it's that, but at the same time, the Most High looks at us. I mean, technically, we are above the other nations because we're His chosen people. You know, so
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
just saying, don't say it's not
are
saying
you
that
saying
we
from the
are
context of
above
what
like
it's
we're better than.
because at the end of the day, we are. You know, what I'm saying it is what it is because we are His chosen people. And he also said that he looks at the other nations as a spittle in a drop of a
I
vessel of a
get what
bucket.
Isaac is
So
trying to say. He's trying to say that Deuteronomy 7 and
yeah,
6 is supposed to be the standard that we're supposed to be living under. But because we broke the covenant, we're no
yeah,
longer under that standard. That's where it goes to Deuteronomy 28,
yeah.
where it says that we should be the tail and not the head,
Khan.
and that the stranger should get
No,
in above thee very high, and thou should come down very low. We lost that standard. But if we were keeping the commandments like our forefathers were in our land, then that's when that Deuteronomy 7 and 6 would apply. But it only comes through faith and obedience, though.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, that's no definitely. I know what he's trying to bring out. It's just that, you know, when it says "for thou art a holy people," I mean, we're a separated people from these other nations unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God had chosen thee to be a special people unto Himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. And once again, so the point, so as far as us being above all people upon the face of the earth, yeah, I mean, right now, of course, according to prophecy, according to us breaking the laws, we are where we're at, but at the same time, the Most High still has His chosen people, to be above the other nations as far as Him loving that nation above all nations. But at the end of the day, it's really about the elect of Israel and the ones that are going to receive salvations, because they're going to be the ones ruling the kingdom and ruling the other nations. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it still applies
Khan.
overall.
It's like another example too. Like you just brought out Alon and Gad. In past tense, that was our people. They follow the law, statutes, and commandments. And it's also like that one scripture they use all the time against Esau. Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. Hated is in the past tense too, if you really look at it.
Well, no, he hate no, but the script. But when you read in Malachi, it says that he hated Esau. The Most High doesn't change, though. You know what I'm saying? So when you read about certain scriptures where Malachi, that I the Lord.
No, Khan, I understand that, but
Yeah,
the point I'm trying to bring out too is that like you just finished bringing out too. We're going to rule over the nations, and there will be some heathen and also maybe a percentage of Edomites that will be saved that cleave onto the house of Israel. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I was getting towards.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, there's going to be there might be a percentage, a small, very very small percentage of them. And of course, you have the other nations that are going to definitely be a part of that when they get put in subjection. But overall, their nation,
Romans chapter 9 says that
their nation.
Oh yes, mercy.
Yeah, let me just say this though: their nation overall, though, they're not there. There is going to be a cleansing of them eventually.
Can I say something real quick?
Pursuing the book.
Just to finish up what I was saying on Deuteronomy 7 and 6. If you read this verse, it's not even talking about how one group of people is above or better than another group of people. It's just talking about a choice. It's just like if you go to the store and you say, I chose this above this. It's just saying all it's saying is that I chose Israel over the other people. It's not saying that Israel is better or above the other people. It's just saying that I chose them rather than or instead of everybody else. That's all it's saying.
So
that's the point I wanted to get to too.
Now, real quick. Let me just ask this though, Isaac. Do you believe that Israel is above all nations? Because I understand where you're getting at, but what is the point? Because I understand your point from one standpoint, but you're putting the emphasis that yes, the Most High chose them above all people, but Just like how how the Most High chose the lily above all plants to be his favorite plant, just like he chose a certain animal to be his favorite animal above all animals, right? But here's the thing, though. Are you saying that we're not above all? Are you saying that we're not above all nations of the earth according to who God's chosen people are?
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that we like above or better than other people. I wouldn't say that at all. I wouldn't say that.
Then why? Okay, then my question would be: then why did the Most High refer to the other nations as spittle, and also refer to them as a drop of water that fall from a bucket? Because if that's the case, because according to that means that he believes that we're above the other nations, and that's the reason. And the reason why we are above all them is because he doesn't deal with them on the same level he deals with us.
Right. So if you take Isaiah chapter 40,
heaven, well, let me just before you bring that up, I'm just going to use this logic, right? Because if that's the case, then we wouldn't. Then the kingdom of Israel would not be established in the kingdom of heaven. And the 144,000, then that would mean that we'd be all kind of equal with these other nations. We're going to be better than all these other nations in the kingdom of heaven, just by default.
Can I read a scripture right quick?
Yeah,
go for it.
Yeah. Give me a second. Okay, this is let's see. This is Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 12. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted, which means the nation and the kingdom that will not serve the Israelites, the Lord gonna tear them up. That's
Can I ask anybody a question? This question is for anybody. Can anybody give me a precept to Isaiah 14 and 2? If not, I can.
Well, are you talking about like Isaiah 14 and 2? Are you talking about you're talking about the end times, basically? So Isaiah 14 and 2.
No, I ain't talking about the end times.
Because this is the end time. So let's read it. Let's read it. So Isaiah 14 and 1, for the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land, and the strangers shall be joined with them, right? And they shall cleave to the house of Jacob, and the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors.
That's what it say. I mean that's cut and dry right there.
Can anybody give me a precept to Isaiah 14 and 2?
Revelation 13.
Okay.
Zephaniah 8. We can, but let's deal with Revelation 13 real quick.
And those that should cling on to him.
Actually, what I just read, that was a precept. Isaiah 60 and 12 was a precept to this also.
Well, let me read this Revelation 13:9 just real quick. If any man have an ear, let him hear. Verse 10, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints.
Okay, so let me just say this real quick. When you read Isaiah, the 14th chapter, it's talking, verse 14 and 2 is talking about the Israelites coming out of captivity, right?
No, coming out of captivity, but going into the land and into rulership.
Yeah.
No, it's talking about them coming out of captivity, and then it starts singing a song about the king of Babylon, how he has fallen down from heaven, O Lucifer, and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so and 2 talk about them coming out of captivity, coming out of the Babylonian captivity, returning to their land, Jerusalem. And when did that happen? That happened under the Persian rule. So
no, but we were still. But wait, hold up. But here's the thing, though, bro. I don't mean to cut you off, but we got it. But we have to understand something clear about prophecy and about history, right? When you go into Daniel's the 7th chapter and the 8th chapter, it talks about in the 2nd chapter, it talks about 4 kingdoms that were going to rule over Israel, right? And the Persians and the Medes, and eventually the Persians, took over the Medes. We were under their captivity. When you're reading Isaiah, the context of Isaiah 14:1 through 3, and even if you go all the way down to this chapter, this is it's literally speaking of end time prophecy, because all the nations will literally be all the nations will be put under subjection. When did this happen? During the Babylonian captivity. It never happened. It never happened, brother. It never happened in the Babylonian captivity, because it transferred from Babylon to Persia. Persia took over Babylon.
Were serving them.
And guess what?
Right. We were serving the Persians.
Isaiah chapter 14:2 has already been fulfilled. You want me to give you the precept?
No.
Did we take any? We didn't take no captives back into Jerusalem, brother. We didn't take no captives back there.
Brother, Judah was Judah. Brother, Judah.
Go to Ezra. Okay. Ezra chapter 2 verse 65. Ezra chapter 2 verse 65.
Yeah. Okay. I can go to Ezra chapter 2 verse 65. Okay. You know what? Do I have my Okay, let's do.
You want me to read it, or you got?
No, I got it. I'll bring it out as Second Ezra. Yeah, Second Ezra 2.
It already happened. Isaiah 14:2 has already been fulfilled. They came out of captivity. 2 and 65.
Okay, 2 and 65. Okay, let's go there.
Chapter 2, verse 65.
So Second Ezra 2 and 65.
So Ezra.
Oh, okay, Ezra 2 and okay. Okay, Ezra 2 and 65. Okay, let's do that. Okay, go ahead. So so Ezra 2 and 65, right? Beside their servants and their maids, of whom there were 7,333 and 7, and there were among them 200 singing men and singing women.
See, that's the servants and the handmaids right there. And it was fulfilled. It was fulfilled when they came out of the Babylonian captivity.
No,
it was already fulfilled,
brother.
Okay,
brother. Real quick. We got to read the context, bro. This is definitely not talking about captivity, because Ezra is during the time of the Persian Empire, right? So they had permission. They had to ask for permission. They had to literally ask for permission to reestablish the priesthood. Now, real quick, I want. Okay, so we go up to verse 62. Actually, let's read verse 61. And the children of the priests and the children of Habiah, the children of Kaz, the children of Barzillai, which took wife of the daughters of Barzillai, the Gileadite, and was called after their name. These sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but they were not found. Therefore were they as polluted, but from the priesthood. All right. And so real quick, this has nothing. So this context, the context starts right here. This has nothing to do with bringing people in servants and handmaids, brother. And even when the context of verse 60, no,
servants and maids.
No, the whole congregation together. This is brother. So let's conflate this. Okay, let's compare and contrast. Okay, real quick. Let's go to Isaiah. Let's just deal with this. Isaiah 14 and 1. For the Lord God will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. That did not happen during the Persian Empire. All right. Not to the degree of what it's talking about right here. And the stranger shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. The Persians, no other nation during this time was cleaving to the house of Jacob, bro. All right. No, verse 2. And the people shall take them. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place. Okay, and the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids. and they shall take them captives who captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. So understand this. If you're saying that we're ruling over our oppressors, how can we then go to Ezra, right, which is a later entry into the scriptures than Isaiah, because Isaiah is dealing with Babylon, all right, Babylon and Assyria, right? Ezra is talking about Persia. So when we're reading in context of the verse you're speaking of, this is talking about the reestablishment of the priesthood, brother. Like this, it's literally right here. All right. Okay. And Tershatha said unto them that they should not eat of the most holy things till there stood up a priest with the Urim and Thummim. All right. The whole congregation together was 42,303 score. Verse 65, the one you told me, beside their servants and their maids, of whom there were 7,337. And there among them 200 and singing men and singing women. Brother,
Right.
This
they
has
singing
nothing.
because they're free from captivity.
These are all
That's why they
Israelites.
out of captivity.
These are all Israelites right here. When they talk about the servants and all of that, you think about it. You know, the priests and everything had their servants, and these were of of their own people. This ain't talking about, because here's the thing: what was Nehemiah's position inside the Persian Empire? He was a cupbearer for the king. Now, how he's serving? He's not being served and not ruling anything. He's a cupbearer means you got to sip the king's cup. So if the poison hit, you die, not the king. This is not this is not talking about what it's talking about here in Isaiah the 14th chapter. You taking these? It says you should take them captives. Whose captives we were? We wasn't taking a bunch of Persians down into Israel.
In this talk, this right here is talking about the priesthood being reestablished, brother. Priests removed. The biblical context, they're even letting you know on Blue Letter Bible what context this is. This right here is talking about the reestablishment of Israel, brother. Right here.
Right. Then they returned to their servants and handmaids.
Yeah. But who did they have? So it's when you possess somebody, that means that they're and it says, take them captives who captives they were, they shall rule over their oppressors. So you're telling me that we're gonna go and take that this is talking about them taking Israel, right? And putting them in captivity. Is this what you're talking about, brother?
No. What I'm saying is that Ezra chapter 2 verse 65 is the fulfillment of Isaiah 14:2, because they came out of the Babylonian captivity because the Persians let them return to the land, and when they returned to the land, it says in the 65 that they returned with what? Servants and handmaids. And what they was doing, they was singing. They was singing because they was happy that they was free from bondage. Because when you read Isaiah the 14th chapter, it's when it's talk about the Babylonian king, it's like a song they singing to the Babylonian king. They like taunting him because he has fallen from his throne. He has taken out of power. So they like
Babylonian king was long gone at that time.
Yeah,
Babylonian king was long gone at that time.
So let's since you're talking about that, right, brother? And mind you, servants and captives are two different things, brother, because it literally says for servants and handmaids, because your captives are gonna be servants and handmaids, right? By nature, scriptures talk about someone serving somebody. It doesn't mean that they're in captivity. Now look. And they shall take them captives who captives they were. So you're saying, I'm trying to understand. Are you saying that we have the Babylonians as captives right here? Because right here it says, and they shall take them captives who captives they were. That means that you were captive to the people you have captive, and they shall rule over their oppressor. Are you talking about Babylon, brother? Because Babylon was taken out of power during this time. In verse 65.
Well, the people that returned to the land with them, that was their servants and handmaids.
So okay, so you're saying Babylon was the servants and handmaids. Okay, so if that's the case, then let's read in Isaiah 14, because it's going to further expound what this is and what time period this is. Isaiah 14:3, it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall give thee rest from thy sorrow and from thy fear and from the hard bondage wherein thou hast made to serve. So this did not have, I mean, we didn't have that bad of a captivity in Persia, but when you're in captivity, you still are in sorrow, okay? Because you're not in power, you're not autonomous. Verse 4, thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon and say, how have the oppressors seized the golden city? And the Lord hath broken the staff of the wicked in the scepter of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with a continual stroke, he that ruled the nations in anger is persecuted and non-hindered. Mind you, yes, Babylon at one point was the main nation, but guess what? You had a conglomerate of different nations that overthrew Babylon. Okay,
if I could,
so, yeah,
if I could, Babylon was taken in one day. When the Lord, when Belshazzar, when the Lord wrote that statement, that Persian statement on the wall, Darius the Mede, it wasn't even a battle to take over Babylon. Darius the Mede, they got up under the wall, you know what I'm saying, the defense of Babylon, got in there. Darius the Mede killed Belshazzar himself, and they just took over that quick. He killed the king, and it was, instant transfer that quick. They didn't even go to war. Darius the Mede came in and just killed Belshazzar, and that's all he had to do. Killed Belshazzar and sat on his throne.
It was,
and everybody followed suit.
And then verse 7,
real quick.
Hey, real quick, brother. I want you, before you ask anything, I just want you to get this context right here in verse 7, in verse 8. The whole earth is at rest and is quiet. They break forth into singing. This is the whole earth, literally, singing and breaking forth into joy. Yea, the fir trees rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, since thou art laid down, no fellow has come up against us. So understand this. So the whole earth, brother, real quick, the whole earth is at rest. How is Babylon being taken down, meaning the whole earth is at rest? Babylon wasn't oppressing the whole earth.
Oh yes, he was the king of the whole earth.
He wasn't oppressing the whole earth, though, brother. Nebuchadnezzar did not oppress the whole earth. He campaigned, he won.
Bro, he was still having wars with Egypt. The Babylonians were still having wars with Egypt, brother. That's in the scripture. They were still having wars with Egypt, with the Scythians, if I'm not mistaken, and a few other nations, brother. And they were still warring with certain remnants of Assyria at the time. So they did not have the full power of the earth at their hand to make the earth feel like it wasn't at rest, brother.
Right. But we have to also think about who is smiting the earth with a continual stroke right now. You know what I'm saying? We have to think about that too. And remember when it says the fir trees shall rejoice at thee? Back in ancient time, the fir tree used to be in place of the Christmas tree. But now they turned it into like the evergreen tree and stuff like that. And think about it. Look how many trees they got to chop down in order to celebrate Christmas every year. Where are they doing that at? They doing that here in America and over in Israel. And all the places where white power is at. The Arabs don't celebrate that. The Chinese don't celebrate it. You know what I'm saying? Who is cutting down forests all over the earth right now? That's the reason why the fir trees are rejoicing, because it said, since thou art laid down, no feller. A feller is a lumberjack. That's the old word for lumberjack. No feller has come up against us.
The reason why the fir trees are rejoicing because Babylon, they used to cut down a lot of those trees. They used to take
who cuts them down today, brother? They cut down way more trees celebrating Christmas.
I'm talking about
today.
Shit, Babylon, man.
Yeah,
Babylon,
what about today?
Bro. Babylon Babylon did not have control of the three known worlds even at that time, bro. Asia, right. Africa, and Europe. They did not even have that much fucking territory like that, bro.
But
Like, come on,
they had Lebanon. There's the
okay,
cedars of Lebanon. They used to cut down
okay, that's cool.
Lebanon.
Because okay, so I have a question. Who's the virgin daughter of Babylon?
The virgin daughter of Babylon. I don't know. I don't get into all of that
you got
stuff. I just simple.
What do you mean? Well, no, that's in the scriptures, brother. Like the virgin daughter of Babylon is spoken of in the book of Isaiah itself. Okay, you got to understand something. When the scriptures talk about Babylon, it's talking about two different kingdoms. And when you read in context, it'll tell you what kingdom which kingdom is literally talking about. There's a Babylon and there's a Babylon with the same blueprint of Babylon, but in a future prophecy in the future.
Well, I know Babylon was established by Nimrod, so I mean Babylon been around.
America is Babylon. When it says Babylon the Great, that's talking about America. Okay.
How can you prove that though?
How can we prove that America is pretty much the hub of all form of influence on the earth?
Look at old Babylon.
But that's speculating. I mean, you just.
But it's really not though.
Go ahead.
It's really not though. Look at old Babylon, bro. Old Babylon, the languages were confounded. What is here now? All languages, all race, all walks of life.
And we're if you're talking about you're talking about the Babylon that was ruled by Nebuchadnezzar and whatnot, right? These guys did not rule over everybody. They were the top dog. That doesn't mean that they had control of every single nation. This nation and the people that run it control pretty much the whole entire earth as we know it. That's not
another good example too. You look at the UN. If you look at their building, what does it look like? Tower of Babel.
Okay, well, since we in Isaiah the 14th chapter, let's just go over verse 21. Prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers, that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. What that's talking about? What that's going into?
It's talking about now.
It's talking about now. That's talking about the king of Babylon.
Bro, the king of Babylon is talking about the king that runs this Babylonian society that we know it, bro. As we know it, that's speaking of the elite.
But I'm just trying
to. The Jesuit order, the Illuminati, the Jesuit order, brother. Like that's what it's talking about. And the ones that are ruling are the elite of the Edomites, bro. Like,
but what I'm saying is 14:1 is talking about the king of Babylon and nobody.
Yeah, the king of Babylon is talking about the elite of the society today of the current Babylonian kingdom.
Like I was saying, Rayabya, who runs the UN?
You're not going to read that.
Esau runs the UN, and the elites of Esau runs the UN, brother. Like this is not, bro. This is not. It's not, bro. Listen. So you want to go to Isaiah 14:21, prepare slaughter for his children for the iniquity of their fathers. Okay, prepare slaughter for his children for the iniquity of their fathers. Okay, so you're saying that Babylon's children are going to suffer the fate of their fathers, right? During the time of the Persian Empire when they already were taken down?
What I'm saying is this 14:1 is talking about the king of Babylon. That's what it's talking about.
Brother,
his children is the king of Babylon.
With all due respect, brother, I'm just gonna have to feel like this. With all due respect, it's not talking about ancient Babylon in that verse. When you deal with Isaiah was a prophet. Isaiah spoke of times of that time period of prophecy that came to pass at that time. But what he also did was he spoke of a different Babylon. Because when he dealt with prophecy, he's speaking of prophecy that was gonna come at that time and things that was soon to come. When it says prepare slaughter for his children for the iniquity of their fathers, they do not rise or possess the land or fill the face of the world with cities. Well, The Babylon did not feel the Babylon was at war with Egypt at the time. When you go do your research, in the time that we live in now, the current Babylonian society, they have filled the world with cities. They have a fucking a U.S. embassy in every country that you can think of. They have a U.S. military base in every country. Babylon did not have that. This verse would not be talking about ancient Babylon.
Talking about other stuff. You're talking about other stuff. You're going outside.
No. Okay. Can I pull a scripture right quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
If I could, just to further prove your point. This is Isaiah chapter 13, and we start about the I'll start about the 14th verse. And it shall be as a chaste roe, and as a sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee every one into his own land. Every one that is found shall be thrust through, and every one that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword. Their children also shall be dashed into pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished. Behold, I will stir up the Medes against them, which shall not regard silver, and as for gold, they shall not delight in it. Their bows shall dash the young men to pieces. A bow back then didn't dash nobody to pieces. A bow, when you shoot somebody with a bow. Okay, you want verse 1? Okay. Yeah. The burden of Babylon, verse 1.
See that?
The burden of you also got to take into consideration what I just said in the last verse that I read. What type of bow dashes young men into pieces? Not just sticking them. Like I was saying, a bow and arrow sticks in someone. Now, what type of bow dashes people in pieces? They didn't have that type of technology back then. Can you tell me what type of bow does that? And what type of arrow does that?
Well,
rockets.
What you doing,
rockets,
brother? Is
rockets do that, brother. Don't rockets do that?
No. Hold on. Well, let me say something. You cannot say somebody has their own idea when you don't even know who the virgin. You don't even have an idea of who the virgin daughter of Babylon is, according to the scripture. But you're saying that somebody's understanding is off about Babylon.
Yeah. The bows dashing the young men to pieces. What are they talking about in the news today? And guess who is at the top of the game when it comes to the bows and arrows right now? What we know as there's the missiles and rockets. Iran. And who did it say it was going to stir up against them? The Medes. That's who the Iranians really are. Those are the Medes. Yeah. Okay. Well, those are the Medes right there. Now think about it for a second. They said the arrows are dashed. What do rockets do when they hit something? What ain't Iran supplying Hezbollah? Ain't they supplying Hamas? Ain't they supplying the Houthis and all of and Russia? Ain't they supplying all of these people with all these rockets?
But they let me say something real quick.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you why this doesn't work. I'm gonna tell you why you can't add what you want to add in with.
It's not adding, brother. It's
not adding, brother. Hey, real quick, before you say what you have to say, the literal missiles are in the missiles you see today. The rockets and the intercontinental ballistic missiles they have are literally spoken of in the scripture. So,
well, something.
See, that's the way. There's multiple scriptures. There's multiple scriptures, brother.
Yeah, they didn't have rockets back then. So Isaiah had to explain them in the world from the world that he knew. You have flying stuff. That's not a what this. Brother, if you see what's going on today. What's going on? Look at all the stuff that's going on today. And when it said the arrow should dash the young men in pieces, what type of arrow does that, brother? What type of arrow does that? Dashes young men into pieces. Why are missiles designed like arrows? Why are missiles designed like arrows?
The code name for missile is arrow, brother.
Right.
Okay, let me just read this. Do Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. And there you shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. What's that going into? Break that down.
Bro, it's going into the Atlantic slave trade, brother.
Right.
Okay,
And I want to say, no man shall buy you.
I know. Nobody's gonna be able to
Okay. Oh, wait. Hold it. Before we continue on, Before we continue on, first and foremost, Alon had to leave early. I want to say shalom to everybody that was in this chat, and you brothers sisters in the chat, as well as you brothers that are on the panel. Before we move on, because I want, there has to be an end game here. Before we bring out anything else, I want to understand your plot and your disposition on why you're dealing with Babylon. So I have a question. What do you feel about the other nations? How do you feel about the other nations? What do you feel about the current? There's two questions. What do you feel about the current state that we're living in now, and how's it going to break down in prophecy? Second, how do you feel about the other nations?
What do you mean, like, how do I feel about them? I don't have, like, ill will or nothing like that. Okay. I mean, me, I'm the type of person.
It's not about having ill will. My question is, what do you like? Go ahead.
I said the way I was raised is to live and let live, and the Bible talks about, if possible, peace all. So that's what I do. But let me just say something real quick. You said Deuteronomy 28 and 68 is talking about the transatlantic slave. I got
wait. Hold on. Because I just want you to answer those two questions. Now repeat that one answer you said about the other nations, and then I want you to understand. I also want you to still answer what do you feel about the current state that we're in today, as far as where we're at in prophecy and who is who in prophecy. Just repeat that last part, and then
are you talking about, when you say we, are you talking about so-called black, so-called African Americans, or are you talking about?
I'm speaking of Israel. I'm speaking of the Israelites, black Hispanics, Native Americans, black Hispanics, Native Americans, as well as about them, about the slavery, about what's going on. How's this going to? Okay, for the Israelites, how is this going to play out? How? Okay, that's fine. If you're Negro only, that's cool. My question is, what is your understanding of end time prophecy?
My understanding of end time prophecy.
Yes, like what's going on today? How's it going to play out? What's going to happen to the Israelites?
I don't know. I really, to be honest with you, I really don't understand the question.
Okay. Then real quick, brother. See, this is the reason why I asked these questions. So if you don't know it's like this, right? Let me bring out a scripture in the right?
Can I just finish my
yeah, but no, here's the thing though, because we're going to be talking around in circles. But here's the thing: if you're going to come with something, right, you have to have a foundation to go against something that someone else already has. Because you said that you don't know about the Virgin Daughter of Babylon, and you also have said that you don't know what's going to happen in these last days. So here's what I'm gonna have to get to you, because otherwise we're just going to be talking in circles about this situation, right? So real quick, this is Hebrews, the 5th chapter, in the 12th verse, and this is for you, brother. For when the time that ye ought to be teachers, you have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God. And the oracles of God are the law, statutes, and commandments, right? And become such as have need of milk and not a strong drink. So you need to deal with the milk before you can get to strong meat. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are full of age, even those who by reason of use have their sense of exercise to discern both good and evil. So the point I'm saying is that if you're going to deal with a topic that's very heavy, like end time prophecy, we're talking about Isaiah 14 and saying that that's talking about Babylon, right? But you're going into a whole thing about this, but then don't even understand what's going to happen in the time that you're living in now, according to prophecy. You don't know who the virgin daughter of Babylon is, but you're saying that Isaiah 14, the 14th chapter, is talking about ancient Babylon, and you don't even have a foundation there. Then you can't just go around questioning people before you have a full understanding and foundation of what you believe in.
Kind of like he just brought out.
I know what I believe in. I believe in what the scripture. I don't believe in like all these doctrines. I don't believe.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. There's a truth and there's a lie, brother. There's a truth and there's a lie. When you're saying that Isaiah 14 and 2, when you're saying that scripture is talking about the end, that's talking about ancient Babylon. When it says that the whole earth is going to be at rest when we're back in the land with our enemies in captivity, right? And you're saying that already happened. It is, and we're 1,000 of years later, we're in a predicament that we're in right now. That means that what you're believing in is false, brother.
I hear you.
I mean, it's not to be disrespectful, but we just gotta call a spade on this, man. And I'm gonna read this Isaiah 14:2. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives, who captives they were. They shall rule over their oppressors. That did not happen during the time of the Persian Empire. And this is not Babylon it's talking about. It's talking about us possessing all of these nations during that time. Now, as far as hating, it's not to hate. It's not about hating other nations. It's not about having ill will towards other nations. Although the wicked, the scriptures say to hate because the Most High hate. But the point is, right? It's about prophecy, and it's about what's going to happen in retribution of what's to come at the end of the day. So
let me finish saying what I was going to say about Deuteronomy.
Yeah,
you said that's talking about you said that's talking about the transatlantic, right?
Yeah.
So the reason why that doesn't work is because I have a book called it's called From Chinos to Indians, the colonial Mexican slave trade. They had Asians that was coming from Asia, and they were enslaved in Mexico. So does that prophecy
real quick? Hey, Tarap, I'm gonna just mute your mic real quick because I want to hear him fully real quick, brother. Yeah. I'll repeat that.
I was saying that I got a book called From Chinos to Indians, Colonial Slavery in Mexico. It's something like that. That's what it says. Right. And it talks about how Asians was bought from Asia and they came to Mexico and they was put in slavery. So does that prophecy do they fit that scripture in Deuteronomy 28 and 68?
Everybody that
they came in slavery.
Yeah, Isaac, real quick, brother. Yes. And let me just say this to answer your question. The Taino Indians, the Aztec, the Arawak, the Caribbean islands, the Arawak, Taino Indians of the Caribbean islands, the Carib Indians, right? That are where the tribe of Benjamin, i.e. the what do you call them? The Jamaicans and the Black Caribbeans are at the Aztecs, Mayans, and Incas. All right, the Native Americans. They all went on cargo slave ships too in different time periods. Actually, when you go into the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, they said it began with the Spanish Inquisition. So all those things transpired to a specific group of people. So when we see these consistent things transpire against a certain group of people, then we understand that those prophecies and those curses fit those particular people, and that would mean that they were Israelites, because there were
but you
Asians
talking about
between the Filipinos and certain people even in Japan and even in Hawaii that were being put on cargo slave ships. And I even have the Indian slave ship. Yeah.
That's what I'm asking. The people that they call Chinos that came from Asia to Mexico that was in slavery. Does that scripture in Deuteronomy 28 and 68, does that apply to them as well?
Yes, it does.
So Asians are Israelites.
There are Israelites in Asia, and there are Israelites everywhere. There's going to be people, just like in America, you have people in America that are called American, but there's different ethnicities of Americans, brother. There's a melting pot. When you go into other countries, it's going to be the same thing. In Japan or in China, you have different ethnicities of people.
Yeah, the Most High said you're going to be like the sand.
Oh, go ahead,
That's why you look at some
I said the Most High said we're going to be like the sand of the sea, and we're going to be all over the four corners of the earth.
Right. So
that's why
when you say Asians are Asians Israelites,
they mix with them. They mix with them.
If I could,
yeah.
When you go into Jeremiah, I think it's the 46th or 49th chapter. When you first start there, it said we talk about Ammon, right? And it said because remember the 10 tribes were taken out of Israel. Where were they brought? They were brought to the east. So now what did they do? And then they took a bunch of Babylonians and people from Succoth and all of those different places and put them inside the land. Yeah. So now what do black men do a lot of the times when we among heathen women? What do we start doing? We start sleeping with the women. So now you got a black man sleeping with an Asian woman. How did the child come out? You know what I'm saying? The child come now. Just imagine now his child also gets with an Asian woman too. That's one of the reasons why a lot of Mexicans look the way that they do. You know what I'm saying? They stuff back to a black man.
Right, and some of them, were raped by the conquistadors, and once again, of course, a lot of the conquistadors were black, but you did have some of them that were Caucasian as well. Yeah. But even with all that being said, right, they were race mixing with a whole bunch of different nations even before they came over to the Americas.
A lot of time they produced. We gotta think. A lot of times those same conquistador white men produced daughters, and those daughters grew up to marry black men. A lot of them. So they're the children that they had were Israelite children. They were lighter skinned.
Yeah.
Right. Just like you take a mixed person today. You got a mixed person today. The daddy black as coal, the mama a white woman. How did the child come out? The child is still a black child. Wasn't Dante, the dude, the white, mixed dude that got killed by the cops up here in Minnesota? Remember that there was a big thing after the George Floyd thing, right? His mama was white. You know where he lived in a place called Brooklyn Center. Brooklyn Center is full of Africans. And so if it was about skin color, then why didn't the police kill one of them Africans did? Who's blacker than he is? He lightest nigga over, and then he gets shot by the cops.
I just got one more point I want to bring up, and then I'll be done. So when you read the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 40-45, it doesn't mention anything about it. But we got people trying to convince.
Go ahead, Isaac.
Yeah, I'm just saying that when we read the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 13, verses 40-45, it doesn't mention anything about a ship. But we got people telling us that people came down the Euphrates on ships, when it doesn't even mention anything about a ship. But if you look in the same book, 2nd Ezra, chapter 9 and verse 34, it says, "And lo, it is a custom when the ground had received seed, or the sea a ship, or any vessel meat or drink that being perished wherein it was sown or cast into. So it uses the word ship in this same book. So what that tells me, when the writer wrote this, when he needed to use the word ship, he used it. Why he didn't use the word ship in 2nd Ezra 13 verses 40 through 45? Because he didn't need to use it.
Because
Because
I'm
they never
pretty
came
sure
on.
it's commonly
Because they never
known.
came on. They never came on
No,
the
no,
ship.
we can. No, Isaac, I'm gonna tell you something. No, that's not factual because I have at
That's
least two different sources. Listen, I have two different sources, right? That explains the voyage because I mean, what were they doing? Were they walking on water, or are you gonna say the continents were connected? There was bodies of water during that time. There were oceans during that time. So when they sailed out of the river, that little gateway of the Euphrates, right? And they sailed the specific two sources says that they sailed through the Horn of Africa going into the Atlantic Ocean, and they landed in the areas of where they call Brazil and in Peru, right, which is in South America. That's what I'm speaking verbatim what it's talking about. So when you go into those different sources, it links up to that because they have archaeology that in Hebrew inscriptions that confirm this, brother.
right. And you said that I was a Negro only. I don't believe in the Israelite
Well, no,
doctrine
I
at
mean,
all.
no, well, I don't
I
know. I
don't believe in
mean,
it.
well, you don't believe in Negro only.
I don't believe in the Negro only. I don't believe in none of that Israelite doctrine. I don't believe in none of it. I don't believe
Okay,
in none of it.
okay, that's fine. Okay,
None
then
of it.
Salakia, then Salakia.
What I believe,
But usually that's the rhetoric. That's a lot of rhetoric that they
anybody can
use.
serve God. Anybody can serve God. It don't
Well,
matter your race, it don't matter your skin
well,
color. Anybody
listen,
can
like,
serve
now
God.
I'm not saying that, bro. Okay, now look. There's now I'm gonna say this. Okay, now, and that's where I think you were getting at the whole time. But now listen, I'm not saying that nobody can try to serve the Most High as far as them giving obeisance to the Most High and believing in the Most High and Yahweh Shai, because it's shown in the book of Matthew and Mark, all right, of the Syrophoenician woman, right? But here's the thing, though: the Most High is only dealing with Israel when it comes to His covenants and the promises. At the end of the day, these nations are going to
Yeah,
be
but
put in subjection. It's based off of prophecy. We were put in under subjection. They're going to be put in under subjection.
so what about the book of Exodus, the 12th chapter, where it talks about the stranger, as long as he's circumcised, he could be a part of God's family and keep the
That's
Passover.
speaking when
I'm
you
just
yeah, that's
paraphrasing.
speak that when you go into the context of Exodus the 12th chapter, because you have to understand Israel was already being scattered during that time because you had Israelites that were already scattered, and even some of the people in West Africa, West Africa will identify that their forefathers go back to those people that stayed in Egypt. I think they're from the tribe of Gad. When you go into Exodus the 12th chapter, that's speaking specifically of the Israelite foreigners, right? Because
One second.
they're speaking of the
Let me
Israelite
get this definition.
foreigners. Because there's a
I was
law of the
looking.
strangers, and then there's another law for the strangers that's speaking specifically about the Israelite foreigners.
One
Someone
second. Let
that's
me
not a
just look
part
at
of the
this
law. Go
real
ahead.
quick.
Go ahead.
One second. Let me get it. I got you. Stranger, right here in the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary. Stranger, foreigner who put himself under protection of Israel and Israel's God, whom submitted to many requirements of the law of Israel, and who was therefore given certain privileges. Exodus 20 and 10, 22 and
Once again,
21. Foreigner who did not
mhm.
have cultist fellowship with Israel, people entirely different from or even hostile to Israel. So a stranger, so that's what a stranger is. A stranger is somebody that's outside of the nation of Israel. And it tells you right here in chapter 12, starting at verse 48, and when a stranger shall sojourn with thee and will keep the Passover to the Lord, let all his males be circumcised. So if you circumcised and you're a stranger, You can keep the Passover and let
Yeah,
and then let
but here's the thing though,
them
right?
come
Yeah, but this is talking about, but once again
along.
though, when you're, and I'm going to Exodus 12 chapter, because when you're dealing with this, the laws were given to Israel. When you're talking about this, because there's a law for the strangers, and then there's a law for the Israelite foreigners that are considered strangers because they're not in the land or they're not a part of the main congregation of Israel. All right, because when you deal with some of these verses, you have to understand there's a law for the strangers and there's a law for the stranger that's talking about the Israelite that's outside of the land of Israel or outside of the congregation of Israel. Because
It says, verse
Exodus 12
49,
and
one
47.
law,
Because
one
here's
law
the thing,
shall be to
here's the
him.
thing, you can't just take the Passover. You have to understand, a heathen is not supposed to come and just take the Passover, bro. That's not talking about a literal heathen.
You got to be circumcised. You have to be circumcised.
Yeah,
You could,
you can be
okay,
circumcised. Yeah,
you
you can
could
be
be,
circumcised, and
yeah,
you can be a stranger sojourning in the land, and there's laws of course, allowing them to sojourn. There's nothing wrong with that. But as far as taking part of the feast days, as far as taking part of like the actual feast days, they didn't do that, bro. I mean, you had the
it
mixed
just
multitude
said,
that was
and the
among Israel,
stranger,
but they were purged during the Persian Empire. Go ahead.
just hear me out. It says, and when a stranger shall sojourn with thee. So with thee, that meaning a stranger with you. Somebody that's outside of the nation of Israel. As long as they circumcised, they could keep the
So
Passover.
verse
It
49.
says in verse
Okay, watch it.
49, one law shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that
There you
sojourned it
go.
among.
There you
Right
go.
there,
That's the context. That's the context.
right there.
One law shall be to him
And
that
just
is homeborn, and one law should be unto him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourneth among you.
right.
What is home? So it's giving you a
Same
distinction: a homeborn, and then one that sojourneth among you. Now, don't get it
right.
twisted. Now, no, don't get it twisted. In the land of Israel, when our people are in the land and we're ruling over the nations, like it says in Isaiah 14, right? In other scriptures as well, these other nations are going to be forced to adhere to our laws at the end of the day. But when you're dealing with this, it once again, verse 49, one law shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourneth among you. The reason why it makes the distinction is because the homeborn Israelite is the one that's amongst the congregation or born in the land, depending on what time. The one that sojourneth among you, the stranger, is the one that was not there originally with the ones that were in the land or the ones that were in the main congregation.
That's a one West doctrine. I understand.
That's not a one West doctrine. That's literally history. Like the Israelites literally weren't messing with other nations. There were certain people that sojourn in their land, and there's laws for that. But that doesn't mean that you're gonna allow a heathen to come and take a feast day with you in the congregation of Israel. They're not going to do that. That doesn't mean that you can't make trades or they can't sojourn in the land and pitch tent for a day or two. I'm just using that as an example. That doesn't mean that what you're trying to do is you're trying to combine the other nations with the congregation of Israel, and that's not according to the law that they fought, that our ancestors were following. The time that they did is, let me just say this. The times that they did do that is when they started to go off and whore after other gods. When they started to combine themselves with other nations is when they started to go off.
So when I read the book of Josephus about the antiquities, it said that I can't, man, I'm paraphrasing. I'm trying to remember. It said that a lot of the Edomites converted to being Jews.
Yeah, during the time of the Romans. Okay, when he said when that translation is made about Josephus, because he spoke in Hebrew and he spoke in Latin, right? So the reason why it's translated like that, it's talking about during the time of the Edomites becoming believers in Christ, or becoming to, well, okay, it depends on which one you was reading, because the ones that converted to Jews were the what was that? What dynasty was that? Not the Hasmonean dynasty. What do you call them? The Herodian dynasty. They married in during the time of the Maccabees. They started to marry into the Jews bloodline. That's what they did in history, and they did that to gain power and control over Judea and Jewry. You understand? So when you see that about Edomites converting the Jews, that's what they did. Now, if you're talking about ones that converted into believers in Mashiach or Yahweh Shai, that's different. That's something different. And once again, other nations can believe that the true Israelites are true Israelites are so-called Black, Spanish, Native Americans, which, it is what it is. I know you say that it's blacks, but the point is, though, they can believe that, but they have to understand where their place is in prophecy, which is going to be under servitude. All right, because in the book of Revelation, the 22nd chapter, and I will do a lesson on this, because I saw this scripture a couple months ago, that there's going to be heathen saved, but they're going to be saved for being servants, being our servants for a time and a season, and then after that they're going to be released into their own land to continue to serve us, but in their own little lands.
Yeah. So is Cornelius an Israelite?
Yes. Or he was.
Oh my God. I done heard it all.
Oh my God, what? You didn't heard it all, but the scriptures literally talk about him being an Israelite. See, this is the problem. This is the problem. What you're doing, and this is the problem I'm having right now. What you're doing is you're giving away the covenant to the other nations. So you're saying the covenant that the Most High established for Israel, the other nations can have their cake and eat it too with Israel. That's a problem, because the Lord said that he does not change, and that the covenant is for Israel. Let me just bring it out. Okay, because Cornelius was an Israelite foreigner from the Italian band of Rome. At the end of the day, because the whole point. Listen, let me just say this, right? And it's something and this is the reason why that they say that Peter said Paul's letters are hard to understand, that some of them rest into their own destruction. The whole point of Cornelius being an Israelite, and by the way, Esau knows that Cornelius was an Israelite, because they put what's the basketball player's name, Blake Griffin, as Cornelius in a commercial when this Cornelius thing was being a hot topic in Israel back in the mid 2015s. I mean, the mid 2010s. They put out a commercial around the same time showing Blake Griffin, all right, who's an Israelite from the tribe of Levi, a Haitian, right? Him playing the role of Cornelius of the Italian band, leading and giving out the dates of 2nd AD and whatnot. They know that Cornelius is an Israelite. They were playing games because they observe the Israelite culture. They observe our people, and they make jest of it in their films. They make jest of it in their commercials. All right. So once again,
read real quick.
Okay, real quick. I'm gonna read this in Romans, the 9th chapter, and then you can read what you want to read. But we're gonna deal with this.
All right.
All right.
Right.
Romans 9:1. I say the truth in Christ, I lie not. My conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Spirit. This is Paul speaking, that I have great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren. He said that he would rather die for his brethren, right? My kinsmen, according to the flesh. Paul was a Benjamite, according to the scriptures. He was from the tribe of Benjamin. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, because, and this should let you know that Christ died for his people, because it says he died for his brethren. He knows that Christ died for his brethren, my kinsmen according to the flesh, who are Israelites. Verse 4, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of God and the promises, whose are the fathers, of whom as concerning the flesh Christ came, who is over all, God bless forever. Amen.
But
So
what does that have
understand
to do
this.
with Cornelius?
These
Got to go to
covenants,
Acts chapter 10.
this so no, we can deal with Acts chapter 10. The point I'm saying is that the whole thing about what you're trying to do, right, is that you're trying to combine other nations with the covenant of Israel and the glory and the adoption and the promise that the Most High gave to Israel. You're trying to allow other nations of people join unto that covenant, unto that kind of gifts that the Most High promised to Israel. And to do that is a heresy, brother, is what I'm saying. So when you go here, you then have a clear understanding of what Acts 10th chapter and the 35th verse is speaking of. All right. Because I'm gonna tell you something too, real quick. I have two different sources. That speak specifically about Paul, right? There's actually one book, and they just priced that book out. I should have kept my fucking mouth shut. They priced that book out. It was originally $40. They priced it out to $200 fucking dollars. Gee, I wonder fucking why. Yeah, well, it's not bad. I mean, I could still buy it. I'm just saying they priced it out. The point is, brother, it was $40. Now it's $200 out of nowhere, because
What's the
that
name of the
book
book again?
it's called Mystery of the Gentiles. So in that book, Mystery of the Gentiles, it tells you specifically that Paul, when his ministry was sent, there were heathens that were listening, but his ministry was directly sent to the Israelites of those areas. Basically, the Israelite foreigners, the Israelites of the Gentile mindset. When you go into Athens, when you go into different parts of Corinth and whatnot, and of course, when you go into actual, in the antiquity, all these people look like straight up Negroes, all right, of different ethnic groups and whatnot, but obviously they were. And I got a book called the Negro Experience in the Greco-Roman world, and it'll tell you that the Jews were Hellenists, and it shows you a so-called black boy. All right. Point is, he was going to the Israelite foreigners. Now, it's not that the other nations did not come and see, the Messiah, this guy is truly the Messiah. When you deal with Pontius Pilate's history, he actually converted into actually being a believer in a Mashiach. All right. I'm not saying that these guys can't believe. The point is they don't receive the same covenants or blessings that we do, because we're God's chosen people. The Israelites are God's chosen people. All right. So when you deal with Acts the 10th chapter, and we're going to go there. All right. When it deals with Cornelius, it's speaking of an Israelite of the Italian band. It's speaking of a guy that was in Rome, in Italy, that was an Israelite. When you deal with the Romans were a melting pot, just like America. You had different nations living in that area. Go ahead, brother. Before I bring it out, you go ahead and bring out what you want to bring out.
Yeah, I just got two scriptures and then I'm done. I'm just going to run through it real quick. Acts chapter 10, starting at verse 28. And he said unto them, ye know how that it is an unlawful thing for a man that is a Jew to keep company or come unto one of another nation. Okay, so why would he say come unto another nation? Israel is one nation. He said another nation. So that means that Cornelius is outside of the nation of Israel. That's why he said another nation. Read comprehension. Reading and comprehension.
Okay, but and also too, context comprehension is a key thing. Also, too, research comprehension is also is a hell of a thing to do too as well. Because when you understand history, do you what is the diaspora of the Israelites? Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was going on during the time of Egypt. This was going on during the time of Assyria. This was going on throughout the different lands. If you were a person that was in the witchcraft, you were casted out of Israel and was considered a heathen. When you start keeping the laws, you're casted out. If you're not killed, you're casted out as a heathen. Okay, watch this. Okay, what main three tribes were around this? Real quick, wait. The three main tribes in Israel at this time during the time of Judea were what? Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. What were the other 10 tribes considered? What were the other 10 what were the 10 tribes considered? They were considered Gentiles. See, this is why you have to go into history. When you go into the when you go into the Book of Kings and the Book of Chronicles, it tells you that they were casted out. Let's deal with it. Okay, let's deal with it. Let's do it.
One second. Listen. Just listen to me real quick.
Okay. 2 Kings, the 17th chapter. No, we're gonna deal with it because we have to have a clear understanding of what's going on, bro. We literally have to have a clear understanding of what's going on.
Let me read this real quick.
So let me just bring it out real quick because I want to bring forth the context so we can understand. Bring forth the understanding so we can understand the context of everything, right? 2 Kings 17:1. In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, began Hoshea, the son of Eli, the reign in Samaria over Israel 9 years. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, but not as the kings of Israel that were before him. Against him came up Shalmaneser, king of Assyria. Hoshea became his servant and gave him presents. And king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea, for he had sent messengers to So, king of Egypt, and brought no presents to the king of Syria as he had done year by year. Therefore the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years. Okay. So look, so let me skip down. Okay, right here. So let's go to verse 7. For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against the Lord their God, which had brought them out of the land of Egypt. Mind you, this is the northern kingdom, from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and feared other gods. They were serving other gods. They were being like Gentiles and walked in the statute of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out from before the children of Israel out of the kings of Israel, which they had made. And the children of Israel did secretly those things that were not right against the Lord their God, and they built them high places in all their cities, and the tower of the watchmen to the fenced cities. Right, and it talks about them setting up groves and images. So I'm gonna skip down. So let's get to this point. Yet the Lord testified against Israel, against Judah, by all the prophets and all the seers, saying, "Turn from your evil ways, and keep my commandments and my statutes according to all the law which I commanded your fathers, which I sent to you by my servants the prophets." All right. So let's skip down. Want to get to the point. Okay, watch this, verse 19. Also, Judah kept not the commandments of the Lord their God, but walked in the statutes of Israel, which they made. All right. Okay. Wait. Okay, right here. Verse 17. Verse 18. Therefore, the Lord was very angry with Israel and removed them out of his sight. There was none left but the tribe of Judah only. Okay. So the Most High removed Israel out of this, moved the northern kingdom out of his sight, out of the land of Israel. Why? Because they did those things that were evil unto the Most High. So what happened to them? They became as Gentiles. Okay.
Okay, let me read this real quick. Let me read this, because you're saying that the 10 tribes is Gentiles, but
they became as Gentiles. Yes.
Okay, let me read this real quick. It says, the original division of the land into kingdoms saw many peoples from Israel moved south to Judah. These were those who refused to accept the false worship system instituted by Jeroboam the first, and who came to Judah for the freedom to worship the Lord. And you can find that in 1 Kings, the 12th chapter, and the 27th verse, and
Mhm.
2nd Chronicles, chapter 11, verses 13 through 17. So a lot of the northern kingdom, when the kingdom split, a lot of them from the northern kingdom, because they didn't want to deal in idolatry under Jeroboam, they went south to Judah and dealt with King Rehoboam.
But
So
but here's the thing, though: the percentage of them that went into I know about the history. The thing is, though, the percentage of them that went down to the southern kingdom was a small percentage compared to the ones that left Israel, brother. The ones that there are a small percentage that left the kingdom of Israel. In other words, the northern kingdom. They were a small percentage. The vast majority of the 10 tribes went and did their own thing, and they were casted out.
this is my last verse right
So the
here.
point
This is
I'm
my
getting at,
last one.
the point now real quick, my point I'm getting at, Isaac, is that the 10 tribes were not considered Israelites towards the Israelites themselves, towards the kingdom of Judah, and to the Most High himself, because he casted them out. The book of Hosea, which is being referenced in the book of Kings, detail that. But go ahead.
Yeah, the book of Mark, chapter 3, starting at verse 8. And from Jerusalem, and from Idumea, and from beyond Jordan, and they about Tyre and Zidon, a great multitude, where they had heard what great things he did, came unto him. So you had Idumeans, you had Tyre and Zidon, who they call Hamites. You had all of them people right there with a great multitude right there with Christ. So I mean, I don't know where all this stuff is coming from, that, that God only deals with
Yeah.
Israel and Christ deals with Israel.
The
The
Bible.
Bible don't.
I just read one verse that just clears all, that tells you exactly that the Most High deals with the Israelites, and he deals with the Israelites and the covenants, and everything is only dealt with them. And there's nothing, and that's undisputed. And even when you deal with when the apostles asked Christ, asked the Mashiach about the kingdom, he said, when will the kingdom be restored? He didn't sit up here. He said it's going to be restored at a specific time. He didn't even correct him and say, oh, this is the kingdom of all nations. No. He's the Lion of the tribe of Judah. Why the hell would he give his kingdom to another nation of people that he's going to sit up here and put down and make them serve under his feet? That don't even make sense. So it is what it is. But
Damn, the brother had to leave off. I had a couple questions I wanted to ask him. We done got into this whole we done got into this whole debate all for an hour. Shit. It's all good though.
I think he's gonna do a part 2, man.
Is he?
Yeah, I think so, because I don't think he got everything out he wanted to get off now, because we got into this conversation. But yeah, man, I'm about to get off of this too, man. It's been 5 hours now.
Yeah.
It's a long live, very edifying, great testimony, brothers, a great edification. It's good to, to learn from each other. Hopefully we continue to do this till the wheels fall off. But yeah, brothers, have a great night, man. Blessings and peace to all the brothers and sisters that were watching. Like I said again, great edification and great testimony. You brothers have a great night, man. I'll see y'all on the next one. Shalom.
Shalom, man.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm about to go ahead and jump off of here too. Shit, it was good talking to you though.
Yeah, it's good talking to you, brother. It's all love, man.
Yeah, it's all good.
Love.
All right, catch you on the next one.
So, yeah, brothers and sisters, this was Tarap's testimony was something to really bring out. Once again, want to say much love to brothers that came on the panel. And you brothers that listen live, that in the chat, or that's listening in the archives. I want to just say, once again, this whole thing is for discussions and whatnot, and of course, this was part of the open topic thing that I was telling brothers and sisters about. But part of this also too is to bring out the testimony of Tarap, former Isupk member, which all praises, he brought that out, which confirms everything we've been saying about these guys, by the way. But here's another thing too, just to understand this, that, I teach a certain thing on this channel. Not everybody believes in the same thing that comes on this channel. The whole point of bringing out these types of live streams is for brothers to have these different kinds of discussions. All right. Or just whatever, what I'm saying, and just to build and break bread, and just have a decent type of fellowship. There is going to be back and forth and debates by nature, because people don't believe in the same thing. All right. Now, understand this, that Zealous Israel ministry, I have a particular understanding of the scriptures, and, I have lessons and breakdowns, correlating to what I believe in. As far what I believe in, which, I can prove through the scriptures, as well as the Sabbaths and full moons and whatnot, new moons and whatnot, and, in other lessons. And there's going to be brothers that not necessarily believe in the things that I believe in, and that's fine. So I just want you, brothers and sisters, to understand that, so that there's no confusion or conflict. And I might have to just reiterate this every time that I come on here, just so that brothers and sisters are not confused, maybe that they're learning under me or this ministry, and they might, oh, well, this guy believes in that, but he's on your platform. Well, it's the whole point is to fellowship with brothers sincerely. And even the brother that I was just, dealing with, the brother Isaac, he's not believing in every aspect, and he has questions, and he has things to bring out, and that's fine. And, it's about getting to the right things, and to getting to the point to where we can have a discussion and dialogue, and not it being some, what's the best word I can say? Something people can go into certain things that are malicious, or without it being malicious, or being straight up, evil. And that's the whole point of this. So I just want to say, call all you how about Simeon Shai. Much love to you, sincere brothers and sisters in this truth, and all you sincere brothers that are listening. Shalom, and have a blessed night.